Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was early in the morning when we set off for the safari. The air was still cool, and the scent of damp earth lingered in the air as the sun started to rise over the savanna. The Jeep we were riding in was old, a little banged up from years of use, but reliable enough for the rough terrain. Our guide, a man named Joseph, had been doing this for years, but today he seemed off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was something in the way he moved, his eyes constantly scanning the horizon, that made me feel like he was on edge. We'd been driving for about an hour when Joseph suddenly stopped. He told us to hold on, his voice lower than usual, a warning that wasn't quite clear. We were stopped in a wide clearing, the sun high in the sky now, casting long shadows. The grass swayed gently in the breeze, and it was peaceful for a moment. But then, just as I was about to ask if we were going to keep moving, Joseph looked up, his eyes widening with alarm. "Get back in the car," he shouted, his voice urgent and shaking. The sudden change in his tone made my heart race. I didn't understand what was happening. Before any of us could react, a loud trumpeting sound pierced the air, followed by a massive, dark shape emerging from the brush on the far side of the clearing. It was an elephant, an enormous one, with tusks that gleamed in the sunlight. Joseph's hand slammed down on the ignition. His voice panicked as he told the driver to start the truck. The engine sputtered, but refused to start. My stomach dropped. The elephant was charging toward us. I could see its ears flapping wildly, its trunk swinging as it rushed forward. The ground shook beneath us, and I felt a deep, primal fear creeping into my bones. This wasn't a game. This wasn't a moment where we'd be fine. This was an elephant, a mother, and she wasn't happy. The engine stalled again. I heard a nervous laugh from someone behind me, but I couldn't bring myself to join in. I was frozen, gripping the side of the truck, staring at the massive creature that was now just a few meters away. It wasn't slowing down. It was charging directly at us. Joseph shouted at the driver again. "Third time, come on, turn over." The truck hesitated, then started, but the wheels spun uselessly in the dirt. The elephant was right there. It was charging, and it was angry. I could see the muscles in its body rippling with each step, its tusks gleaming under the sun. The terror was overwhelming, like we were about to be crushed under something much larger and stronger than us. I don't know how, but on the fourth attempt, the engine turned over. We lurched forward, tires screeching, and Joseph slammed his foot on the gas. The truck sped forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as we tore out of the clearing. I could still hear the trumpeting of the elephant behind us, fading as we sped away, my heart pounding in my chest. When we finally came to a stop, our guide was shaking, his face pale. He took a moment to compose himself before he spoke. That was close. I didn't realize we were parked right between the mother and her calf. She must have seen us as a threat. The tension in the truck was palpable. We'd just had a close call with an elephant, and none of us had fully processed what had happened. It was almost too surreal to believe. But Joseph seemed calmer after a few minutes, and we spent the rest of the day laughing about it. What else could we do? The adrenaline had worn off, and it felt like the kind of thing we could joke about. But I didn't feel entirely safe. In the back of my mind, that image of the charging elephant stayed with me. But that was only the first part of the day. The real test was yet to come. As we made our way to our camp, the sun was starting to dip low, casting long shadows over the road. The air was thick with the sounds of wildlife, and Joseph's quiet hum seemed to match the rhythm of the world around us. That was when we came across it. We had been driving for about an hour when we turned a corner on a narrow dirt road, and there it was, a bull elephant. But this one wasn't angry. It was drunk. There's a certain kind of madness that comes with elephants, and I wasn't prepared for what we saw. The elephant was pacing along the road, swaying unsteadily. The massive beast was huge, its tusks curled and long, but its movements were clumsy and erratic. "Don't move," Joseph said quietly, his voice tight with apprehension. He didn't want to spook the animal, and he was clearly cautious about what to do next. He slowly brought the Jeep to a halt, and for a moment, everything was still. The bull elephant seemed to be looking at us, his eyes glazed over, and then he let out a low, rumbling sound. The thing was drunk, obviously. There's a tree in the area, some kind of fruit-bearing tree, and the elephants have learned to knock the fruit down and let it ferment until it becomes, well, something like a natural alcohol. And that's what we were dealing with. This elephant was on a sugar high and completely oblivious to the danger he posed. At first, we thought we could wait it out. The elephant was on the far side of the road, and we could back up and leave if needed. But the moment we even considered moving, the elephant turned toward us. He trumpeted again, this time louder, and then took a step forward. I could see the anger, or maybe just frustration, in his eyes. His movements were jerky, not graceful like the earlier mother, but powerful. When you're dealing with a drunk elephant, even their staggering steps are dangerous. Joseph wasn't willing to take any chances. We sat there, the engine off, not daring to make a move. We were stuck. The elephant took another step, and then another. We were pinned. We couldn't go forward, and if we reversed, the truck wasn't quick enough to outrun the bull. So we stayed where we were, quiet as the elephant got closer. Every few minutes, the bull would stomp his feet or let out another trumpet, testing us, sizing us up. Each time, the truck would shake, and I could hear the engine's idle rumbling, an uneasy soundtrack to the tension that built. The elephant wasn't just drunk, he was territorial. He was trying to assert dominance over us. The way he moved, the way he glared at us, it was like he was daring us to make a move. And that's when it happened. The elephant charged. Not a full charge, but enough to make the truck rock on its wheels. I could see the dirt fly up beneath his feet, and for a moment, I thought we were done for. The bull stopped just short, and I could feel my heart in my throat. The truck was a tiny speck compared to the elephant, and it could have crushed us without even trying. We waited. I looked at Joseph, who was gripping the wheel so tightly his knuckles were white. The bulls seemed to be circling us, almost taunting us. Time felt endless. Every second stretched into eternity as the elephant moved around the truck, his trunk swinging through the air, sniffing, pawing at the ground. It was then that I saw the other side of the road. Another elephant. This one wasn't drunk, but the way he moved with calculated steps made it clear that he was watching us, making sure we didn't try to escape. We were completely surrounded. 3 hours. That's how long we were stuck there. 3 hours of constant false charges, waiting, hoping that eventually the elephants would lose interest or wander off. But they didn't. It was like a game to them, and it was a game that we were losing. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, the bull took a few steps back and ambled off into the trees. Slowly, almost reluctantly, Joseph started the truck, his foot trembling on the gas pedal as we slowly inched forward. We finally made it to camp, and as we sat around the fire that night, the adrenaline slowly faded. The sun had set hours ago, and the stars were out in full force. I couldn't stop thinking about how close we'd come. The guide's first safari back after 2 years, and it had almost turned into a disaster. He'd been charged by an elephant before, and I could see the scar on his side where the tusk had torn through. He hadn't said much about it, but I didn't need him to. The fear in his eyes told me everything. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still hear the trumpeting of the elephants, the sound of their heavy feet hitting the earth, the way the ground shook beneath us. It was a long day, one that none of us would ever forget. But what could we do? We were alive, and that was enough. I was about 9 or 10 years old, and it was one of those quiet, late nights when everything feels still. My room was located at the back of the house, with a large window right above my bed. I used to love lying there, staring up at the sky, watching the stars. On most nights, I'd drift off to sleep looking out at the darkness, but that night was different. The air felt heavier, like something was about to happen. It wasn't anything specific at first, just a strange sensation in the pit of my stomach, a kind of unease that I couldn't shake. I couldn't explain it, but it made me restless, made me stay awake longer than usual. I was just gazing out the window, trying to find something interesting in the night sky when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a plane, or maybe a star moving. But as I focused on it, I realized it wasn't any of those things. It was an orb, a bright white light that was larger than any star I had ever seen. It shot into my line of vision, so fast that I almost didn't have time to process what I was looking at. It wasn't a smooth movement like an airplane or a satellite, but more like something intentionally coming straight for me. It stopped right in front of me, hovering in the air for a moment. I could see its round shape clearly, glowing with an eerie, unnatural brightness. It did a slow, looping circle, moving in a pattern I couldn't understand. It didn't make a sound, not even a whisper of wind. I stared at it, wide-eyed, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then, in the blink of an eye, it shot away, vanishing so fast that I couldn't even follow it with my eyes. I sat there, frozen for a moment, my heart racing. I didn't know what to think. I wasn't sure if I was seeing things, if my tired mind was playing tricks on me, but I knew what I saw. The thought of it was enough to make my skin crawl, so I pulled myself out of bed and walked quietly to my door. The house was silent, the only noise the soft creaking of the old wooden floors beneath my feet as I padded down the hallway. I reached the door to my mom's room, my hand on the doorknob, ready to knock. But then I realized the door was locked. That wasn't unusual. My mom had her reasons for locking it at night, but in that moment, the locked door felt like a barrier between me and safety. I stood there for a second, just listening to the quiet hum of the house, trying to shake the sense of panic rising in my chest. Then it happened. I heard footsteps, heavy and deliberate, coming from downstairs. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't the usual sound of my dad moving around late at night. This was different. The footsteps were too slow, too methodical. And as they reached the stairs, I heard something else. A snorting sound, deep and guttural, like a pig sniffing the ground. My heart began to pound in my ears as I instinctively took a step back, closer to the wall. The snorting continued, louder now, and I felt a wave of terror wash over me. I wasn't alone. I slowly turned my head, peering down the stairs, my eyes straining in the dim light. I could make out a shape moving up toward me, a tall, slender figure. It was so much taller than anyone I knew. My breath caught again, and I instinctively called out, "Dad," even though I knew deep down it wasn't him. The figure kept coming, its movements slow but purposeful. The closer it got, the more I could see, and I froze. My legs locked in place, my entire body tense with fear. This wasn't my dad. It wasn't even a person. The figure's skin was pale, almost grayish in color, and its body was unnaturally thin. It had long limbs that seemed too long for its body, and its head was disproportionately large. But what terrified me the most were its eyes, black, completely black, with no whites or pupils, just a dark void staring back at me. And its nose, or rather the absence of a nose. Where a nose should have been, there were just two slits, like something that was never meant to breathe in the way humans do. The snorting sound grew louder as the creature closed the distance between us. My heart raced faster, my whole body trembling in terror. It got right up into my face, and I could smell something foul, something rotten, that made me gag. The creature didn't make a sound now, except for the sickening, pig-like snorting. It leaned in even closer, and I could feel its cold, foul breath on my skin. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. My voice was gone, trapped somewhere inside me, my chest too tight to force anything out. I tried to move, tried to run, but my body wouldn't respond. I was paralyzed, standing there in the darkness, trapped in the creature's gaze. It bent down, its face now inches from mine. I could see its black eyes even clearer now, and the feeling of absolute dread washed over me. My entire body shook, and I thought for a moment I might actually pass out from the fear. And then, everything went dark. When I woke up, I was at the bottom of the stairs, my body aching as if I had fallen. My mom was standing over me, her voice soft and concerned. "How did you get down here?" she asked, her face a mix of confusion and worry. "You must have sleepwalked," she added, as if it were the most obvious explanation in the world. Sleepwalked. That didn't make sense. I hadn't been asleep, not in the way she thought. I hadn't been sleepwalking. I had been terrified, paralyzed by something I couldn't explain. But I didn't say anything. I didn't want to frighten her, and even more, I didn't want to believe it myself. I tried to shake off the feeling, but I couldn't. I couldn't shake the memory of the creature, the awful snorting, its black eyes staring into mine. The image of its face was burned into my mind, and it never left. I didn't sleep right for weeks after that, and every time I looked out my window at night, I half expected to see that white orb again, or worse, the creature itself. As I got older, I told myself that it had just been a nightmare, that I had imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I knew the truth. I knew what I had seen, and no amount of rationalizing could erase the terror I felt that night. I'll never forget that face, the twisted snorting sound, and the feeling of helplessness. And even now, as an adult, I can still feel that dread creeping up when the night is too quiet, when the darkness seems just a little too still. If I ever saw it again, I know I wouldn't be able to handle it. I would probably die of a heart attack from sheer fear. But part of me wonders if it was real, if it was something I was meant to see, or if it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I'll never know. But what I do know is that I will never forget. It's one of the scariest things that's ever happened to me, and even though it happened years ago, I can still feel that unease every time I think about it. It was the summer of 2013, and my best friend and I had this wild idea to bike down a 60-mile trail in the middle of nowhere. We'd been working at the same place for a while, and were used to spending long hours together, so we thought, why not take this trip to clear our heads? Neither of us had done something quite like it, but we figured it would be an adventure. We got to the cabin after about 30 or 40 miles, around sunset, with the sky looking like it was about to open up. The trail had been beautiful, with trees lining both sides, but it was also a little eerie. The kind of place where you could hear the wind rustling in the leaves, but never see anything moving. We'd met this guy a while back, someone we used to work with, who owned 2 cabins along the trail. He was nice enough to let us stay at one of them for the night. When we got there, I remember thinking how cute it was. It wasn't fancy, but it had all the essentials. A full kitchen, running water, electricity, heating, and AC. You know, the usual things you want when you're camping, but without the bugs and uncomfortable sleeping bags. The place was warm and cozy at first, and it felt like the perfect place to crash after a long day of biking. We didn't expect the storm that hit right after we settled in, though. The weather turned pretty fast, and it didn't take long for the thunderstorm to roll in. We were still in the cabin when the lights flickered and went out. The storm hit hard, and soon the wind was howling outside. The rain was coming down in sheets, and there was no sign of it letting up anytime soon. That was the first sign that things weren't going to be as peaceful as we hoped. Before the storm knocked out the electricity, we had dinner at our friend's house down the street. He and his wife were kind enough to invite us over. We ate and played cards with them for a couple of hours, and it was fine, even if the weather was starting to get a little intense. The whole time we were there, I felt like something was just off, but I chalked it up to the fact that I wasn't used to being that far out in the wilderness. The idea of being in the middle of nowhere, without cell service or many people around, gave me a sense of discomfort I couldn't shake. By the time we headed back to the cabin, it was completely dark, and the storm was in full swing. The wind was howling so loud that we could barely hear each other over it, and the occasional crack of thunder made everything feel more tense. We weren't really sure what to do with ourselves, so we just sat down on the couches, talking, trying to distract ourselves from the fact that we were stuck in this small cabin, miles from anyone else. That's when the dog, Scout, came into the picture. Scout was a big, friendly dog, and he had this laid-back vibe that made him seem like a comforting presence. He curled up on the couch next to me, just like he'd done 100 times before when we were at his owner's house. But it didn't take long for things to take a weird turn. At first, I didn't notice anything strange, but then the dog started acting differently. He kept lifting his head and staring at the corner of the room. His ears were perked up, and his body was tense, like he was waiting for something. It was subtle, but it was enough to make me uncomfortable. My friend, who was sitting across from me, noticed it too. I could see her eyes flick to the dog, then back to the corner of the room, her face growing more pale by the second. Then she said my name in this shaky voice, her eyes wide. The speaker just moved. I didn't know what she meant at first, but when I looked over, I saw it too. The speaker, which was mounted above the TV, had shifted, just a few inches, but enough to be noticeable. It wasn't a huge movement, but it was enough to make me question what was going on. I looked back at the dog, and he was still staring at the corner, his body rigid, his eyes not blinking. The air in the room felt thick, like something was pressing down on us. My friend got up and said, "Let's go outside. I don't like this." I didn't argue. The idea of sitting in that room any longer felt suffocating, so we grabbed our jackets and stepped out onto the front porch. The rain was still coming down hard, and the wind had picked up even more. As soon as we stepped outside, the chill in the air seemed to settle in my bones. We didn't talk much as we sat there. Both of us were too shaken. I kept thinking about what we'd just seen and heard, but I couldn't explain any of it. It felt wrong, like the cabin, which had seemed so nice when we first arrived, was suddenly not a safe place anymore. It was like a switch had flipped, and everything about it felt off. Then, something happened that still makes my heart race just thinking about it. My friend's phone buzzed in the silence, breaking the stillness of the moment. It was a notification from Facebook. At first, I didn't think much of it, until she opened it. The notification read, "My name, posted a photo on her timeline." I froze. "I didn't post anything," I said, my voice barely audible. I hadn't been on Facebook for weeks, not since we'd left town. I didn't even have internet access at the cabin. My friend clicked on the notification, and the photo appeared on her phone screen. It was a picture of me and two of my other friends, taken at some point earlier that year. But that wasn't the weird part. The weird part was the description. The photo wasn't new. It was from May, a month before we were here. It had the three of us in it, smiling and joking around after pulling an all-nighter. The caption, well, that's what made my stomach drop. We never sleep. I couldn't make sense of it. Why was I getting a notification about something I never posted? Why was it showing up a month later? My friend and I tried to rationalize it, but it didn't add up. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe someone else posted it on my behalf. But none of those explanations felt right. I hadn't even been near my phone most of the day. As if that wasn't creepy enough, we realized something else. My friend wasn't even tagged in the photo. It wasn't like Facebook was showing her a photo of me with someone else, and she was tagged in it. She wasn't even involved. She shouldn't have gotten any notification at all. We sat in silence for what felt like hours, the storm raging outside, our nerves on edge. The unease we felt earlier had turned into something far worse. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of everything. "I don't feel safe here," I finally whispered, and my friend nodded without saying a word. We waited for the rain to let up a little, then bolted back inside. We didn't feel safe in the living room anymore, so we ran upstairs and barricaded ourselves in the bedroom. The dog, Scout, stayed downstairs. He didn't follow us like he usually did when we went up to sleep. That should have been comforting, but for some reason it wasn't. I couldn't sleep at all that night. My mind was too frantic. Every noise from downstairs made me jump, and every time the wind howled outside, I felt like something was going to crash through the windows. I kept thinking about the photo and the caption, wondering if it was some kind of warning, something we weren't meant to understand. By morning, the storm had passed, but the fear didn't leave us. We were both exhausted and shaken, but we managed to pack up our things and get out of there as quickly as we could. The ride back on the bike trail was quiet, neither of us speaking much. The energy from the night before had lingered, and every gust of wind made us look over our shoulders. We never figured out what happened that night, but we both knew something wasn't right. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe it was a weird coincidence. But for me, it'll always be one of the creepiest things I've ever experienced. Something out there knew more about us than we did, and the idea that we could have missed something, or someone, still gives me chills. I still don't know what the hell happened with that Facebook notification. Maybe I never will. But after that night, I can't bring myself to look at my phone the same way again. I was maybe 6 years old when this happened. I don't remember the exact day or even what time of year it was, but I can still picture the place, the way the air smelled in the shopping center, the tiles on the floor, the soft echo of footsteps, and how small I felt in that big, busy place. My mom and I were out together, like we often were back then. I think she was just doing a bit of shopping, maybe groceries, or just looking at clothes. It was one of those places with a lot of little shops, open plan kind of layout, with a lot of light coming through the glass roof. It wasn't super crowded, but there were people around. I remember feeling fine, just kind of tagging along beside her, but at some point, I had to pee. I told her, and she pointed me towards the public toilets that were maybe 50 or so meters away from where we were standing. She said she'd wait outside, looking into one of the shop windows, which she did often, kind of half shopping and half keeping an eye on me. I wasn't too nervous. At that age, I was already being taught to be a little independent, and going to the toilet alone in a public place didn't seem scary. Not at first. I started walking over to the toilets. I still remember looking down at the floor as I walked, watching my own feet, the noise of my shoes making that soft tapping sound on the shiny tile. Just before I pushed the door open, I looked back. Not for any reason in particular, just instinct, I guess. I wanted to know exactly where my mom was, just in case. I turned and scanned the area quickly and found her where she said she'd be, just outside the shop window, probably admiring something inside. That's when I saw him. He wasn't close, probably 25 or 30 meters behind me, but he was walking in the same direction, straight toward the toilets. He stood out right away. He was big, really big. Not just heavy, but tall, wide, almost like a wall moving. His clothes looked dirty and baggy, like he'd slept in them. His hair was greasy and long in an unwashed way, like it stuck to his face and neck. His beard was patchy and didn't look right, almost like it was too thin in some spots and way too thick in others. His skin looked a bit off too, like it was oily pale, maybe a little red in some places. I couldn't make out his expression, but something about the way he moved made my stomach tighten a bit. I didn't know why I was paying attention to him. He was far enough away that it shouldn't have mattered, but something just felt wrong. Even at that age, I could feel it. He didn't look like someone who belonged there. Not in the usual way people pass through a mall, doing their errands or walking with purpose. He didn't look like he had anywhere to be, and yet he was walking with direction, and that direction was the same one I was headed. Still, I pushed the door open and went inside. The bathroom was small. I remember thinking how quiet it was the second the door shut behind me. The light buzzed above me, one of those yellow-tinged fluorescent ones. There were 2 stalls, old, white-painted wooden doors with silver locks, and a urinal section against the wall. It was cramped, more like something you'd find in an old train station or gas station, not one of the big, clean ones you usually find in big shopping centers. I picked the left cubicle and went in. I shut the door, turned the lock, and sat down. I wasn't worried at that point. I was just focused on doing what I needed to do and getting back to my mom. A few seconds later, I heard the door open behind me. That soft, squeaky sound as the heavy door slowly swung open, then the click of it closing again. Then footsteps. Not rushed, not slow. Just heavy. I froze a little. Something in me just knew. The way the footsteps stopped exactly outside my cubicle door made the hair on my neck stand up. I sat there in silence, not making a sound, hoping that maybe he was just waiting for his turn. Maybe he was just deciding which stall to use. Or maybe the urinals were out of order. Then, without any warning, the handle on my door jiggled. Just once. Then again. A little harder. My voice came out small and tight, but I remember saying it. Someone's in here. I thought that would be the end of it. That's what normal people do, right? If a stall's occupied, they wait. They back off. They don't keep pushing. But he didn't back off. The handle kept rattling, harder this time. I could see his feet now, thick ankles and worn, dirty shoes. He was facing the door, not moving, just trying over and over again to open it. I stopped peeing immediately. My whole body tensed up. I didn't know what to do. I stared at the door, then down at the floor. The rattling didn't stop. It got worse. The door shuddered slightly each time he pulled on it. I was panicking. I didn't want to shout. I didn't want to make him angry. But my heart was pounding so hard that I could hear it in my ears. I looked at the floor again. There was a space beneath the stall walls. Not big, but maybe big enough. I remember staring at that gap like it was my only way out. I wasn't even fully dressed yet, but I didn't care. I pulled my pants up as quietly as I could and dropped to the floor. My chest almost touched the tile. It was cold, and I could smell the bathroom cleaner mixed with something else, something sour. I started crawling under the divider. It scraped my back, and I had to wiggle to get through, but I didn't stop. I got into the other cubicle and yanked the door open hard. That noise, it echoed loud in the small room. The guy was still outside the first cubicle, still messing with the door. I didn't even look up at him. I just ran. The bathroom door flew open ahead of me. I burst out into the shopping center, blinking hard against the sudden brightness. I turned my head and sprinted toward where I'd seen my mom. My feet slapped against the tile. I didn't think about who was watching or if I looked weird. I just ran. She saw me before I even got all the way to her. I could tell from the way her body turned, like she could feel something was wrong before I even reached her. I ran straight into her, out of breath and shaking. I was trying to speak, to explain, but I couldn't get the words out at first. I just kept grabbing her arm and pointing toward the toilets. When I finally managed to say something close to, "A man tried to get into my stall," her face changed completely. She didn't hesitate. She grabbed my hand tight and pulled me straight to the nearest security station. I remember the way her grip felt, firm, like she was scared, but also trying to keep me safe. We found a guard, a man in a navy blue uniform with a radio clipped to his shoulder. She explained what I'd told her. I was still shaking. They took us seriously, or at least they looked like they did. The guard called someone on his radio and told us to wait while they checked the area. Another guard joined him, and they both headed toward the toilets. My mom crouched beside me, arms around my shoulders, asking if I was okay, if I saw his face, what he looked like, and so on. I tried to answer, but I kept going back to the way the guy's feet looked under the door, how still he was except for the handle moving again and again. Eventually, the guards came back. They said the bathroom was empty. No one matching the description was there. They checked the nearby exits and said they'd look at the security cameras. I don't know if they ever found him. No one ever followed up with us. No police, no updates, nothing. We left soon after that. My mom didn't want to stay. I didn't either. The walk to the car felt like forever, and I couldn't stop looking behind us the whole way, half expecting to see that greasy man standing at a distance again, watching. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept going over it in my head, every detail, his steps, the door handle, the gap under the stall. For weeks afterward, I refused to use public toilets by myself. Even when I got older, I still hesitated sometimes. And even now, all these years later, I still catch myself glancing at people in public places, checking their shoes, the way they walk, if they're looking at me too long. I don't know what he wanted. Maybe he was just mentally unwell. Maybe he was messing around. Maybe he was going to try something worse. But I know how it felt in that moment. It felt like something was about to go really, really wrong. And I was just lucky that I got out of there before it did. I must have been around 15 or 16 at the time. We were living in Arizona, in a quiet neighborhood that had its usual sounds at night. Cicadas buzzing in the summer, the occasional bark from a dog, maybe a car in the distance. It was never truly silent, but that kind of constant background noise always made the nights feel normal, familiar. I think that's what made that one night stand out so much. It was too quiet. My dad traveled a lot for work back then. It wasn't anything unusual, just how things were. He'd be gone a few nights here and there, sometimes a week at a time, and my mom always held the fort down. It was just her, my younger sister, and me. And whenever he was gone, I had this habit. I'd sleep on the couch. I never really questioned why I did it. It wasn't that I was scared exactly, but it gave me this strange sense of comfort. I think it was partly because from the couch, I could see the front door and most of the hallway, like I was keeping watch. It felt safer somehow, like being closer to the edge of danger instead of tucked away in a bedroom. That night started off like all the others. I was in shorts and a t-shirt, wrapped in a light blanket because even though it was hot during the day, it always got a little cool in the middle of the night. The living room lights were off, just the little red standby light from the TV blinking every few seconds. The couch I always slept on was the long one, parallel to the sliding glass door that led out to the backyard. Across from me was the smaller love seat, angled just enough that if someone was sitting on it, they'd be facing me. I laid down around 11:30, maybe midnight, scrolling on my phone until my eyes felt heavy. I remember setting it on the floor next to the couch, making sure the ringer was on, just in case. Not because I thought I'd need it, but because I always did that when I slept in the living room. One of those little rituals. At some point, I must have drifted off. I don't know what time it was exactly when I woke up, but I could tell it was late. I didn't check the clock, but it felt like the kind of late where everything's still. The kind of still where the house feels like it's holding its breath. I was facing the back cushions of the couch, curled slightly to my side with the blanket pulled up to my chin. That's when I felt it. That cold, heavy sensation in my chest. That feeling that someone was there, watching. It wasn't like a sound or a movement had woken me up. It was just this sudden, intense awareness. My heart started thudding in my chest, not racing yet, but solid, like I was bracing for something. My body tensed. I didn't move a muscle. I didn't even blink. I couldn't see anything except the dull gray fabric of the couch back inches from my face, but my mind painted the picture anyway. I was sure, completely sure, that someone was sitting on the love seat across from me. Just sitting, looking. You ever get that feeling like your instincts are screaming at you? Not in words, just in raw sensation? That's what this was like. It wasn't just fear, it was something deeper. My body knew something was off. I felt like if I turned around, something bad would happen. Not that I'd see something scary. Not even that I'd scream or panic. Just that it would change something in a way I couldn't take back. I didn't turn. I laid there, completely still. I focused on my breathing, trying to keep it quiet, trying not to tremble. I listened so hard my ears started ringing. I was hoping for a sound, anything. A footstep, a breath, something to confirm or deny what I felt. But the silence just dragged on. It made everything worse. My legs started to ache from staying frozen so long. My neck was stiff from the position I was in. And still I didn't move. 10 minutes must have passed. Maybe 15. Time stretched out in that strange way it does when you're scared. Every second felt like a minute. My eyes were open, but all I could see was fabric. I kept expecting to feel something. A hand on my shoulder, a creak from the floor, a shadow passing behind me, but nothing happened. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, something shifted. It was like the air changed. That's the only way I can describe it. The pressure in the room eased. That tight feeling in my chest loosened. It was like whatever presence I'd felt was gone, or maybe it had never been there. Maybe I had just imagined it. But that didn't sit right with me either. It hadn't felt like imagination. It felt real in a way that dreams don't. I took a slow, deep breath and rolled over. I moved fast, almost like ripping off a Band-Aid. I wanted to get it over with. Just see whatever was there, or not there, and deal with it. The love seat was empty. The TV standby light still blinked. The room looked just like it always did. But then my eyes moved past the love seat and landed on the sliding glass door. It was open. Not wide open, just about a foot. But it had definitely been closed when I went to sleep. I was sure of that. We always made sure it was locked at night. My mom was strict about it, especially with my dad out of town. We weren't the kind of family that forgot to check doors. I stared at it, barely breathing. The curtain was pulled aside a little, like someone had pushed it walking through. The desert air drifting in was cool and dry, and with it came the faint smell of dust and creosote bushes. I sat up slowly, legs still wrapped in the blanket, hands gripping the cushions. I didn't move right away. I just stared. My mind ran through possibilities. Had my mom gone outside? Had my sister? But that didn't make sense. My mom always slept with her door shut. My sister's door creaked loudly, and I hadn't heard it. Plus, it was late, really late. Too late for anyone to be outside. My chest tightened again, and this time it was sharper, more real. I wasn't just scared. I was trying to figure out if someone had come in, or if they were still inside. I didn't want to make a sound. I didn't want to move too fast. Every part of me felt like I was walking a tightrope. One loud noise, and whatever was out there, or in here, might react. I stood up slowly, legs shaky beneath me, blanket slipping off my shoulders and falling to the floor. I stepped carefully across the carpet, trying to make as little noise as possible. I moved through the living room, past the open door, and into the hallway. My mom's room was the first one on the left. I knocked gently. One knock. Then I pushed the door open. She was asleep in bed, the TV still on with the volume down low. I stepped in and gently touched her shoulder. She woke up quickly, like she always did when she knew something wasn't right. I pointed toward the hallway. I didn't speak. I didn't need to. She saw the look on my face, got up, and went straight to the door. She locked it, pulled the curtain shut, and picked up the phone. The next morning was normal. That was the strangest part. There was no sign of a break-in. Nothing was missing. Nothing was out of place. We checked the windows. Everything was locked. The only thing out of place was that door. We asked my sister if she had opened it, maybe let the cat out or something, but she hadn't. She hadn't even woken up. I walked the backyard during the day, just to check. There were no footprints, but the ground was hard and dry. Wouldn't have shown any anyway. No signs of anything. No scratch marks. No torn screen. Nothing. We didn't call the police. There was nothing to report. No crime, no damage, no evidence. My mom called my dad, just to let him know what had happened. He said to be careful and keep everything locked up tight. That was it. Nothing else ever happened after that. No other break-ins. No weird noises. No missing items. Not even rumors from the neighbors. It was like whatever it was, if it was anything, had come and gone in the span of one night. But I never forgot that feeling. The way I woke up without a sound. The way I just knew something was watching me. The way my gut told me not to turn. And that open door. Even now, years later, I don't know what to make of it. Maybe someone tried to get in and saw me sleeping there and decided not to. Maybe they had already come in and were sitting right there in the dark, watching. Maybe they left when I didn't move. I'll never know for sure. All I know is that something was wrong that night. And every time I think back to it, I wonder what would have happened if I had turned around too early or too late, or if I hadn't woken up at all. Since then, I don't sleep on the couch anymore. Not even when the house is full. Not even for a nap. I never really felt safe there again. When I was 13, my family lived in a small, beat-up trailer off the side of a long stretch of highway. It wasn't one of those old-timey scenic highways that wander through mountains or twist around rivers. It was flat, dry, and lined with weeds and wire fences. The kind of road that always smells like hot asphalt and diesel fuel. Our trailer sat back maybe 50 yards from the road, close enough to feel the vibration when semis roared by. The siding was rusted, the roof leaked when it rained, and the floor creaked even under my scrawny weight. It wasn't much, but it was home. We didn't have much money, and we didn't go on vacations or anything like that. Most of our life played out in that trailer or in the car. My mom drove a busted green Chevy Blazer with cracked seats and a baby seat wedged in the back. My older sister and I took turns sitting beside my baby brother while my mom drove us to school, to the store, or wherever we had to go. The drives were long and boring, just empty fields, silos, and weather-beaten barns. You could go 10 miles without seeing another car or even a bird in the sky. I spent most of those drives staring out the window, zoning out completely. My sister usually had her earbuds in, and my mom was focused on the road. The baby just slept or babbled. There was this one stretch of highway we drove almost every day. About 10 minutes outside of town, just before the big bend that led to the overpass, there was this farm on the left side. It wasn't anything fancy. No big red barn or rows of crops. Just a handful of grazing fields, barbed wire fences, and cows. Black Angus, mostly. They were always out there, clumped together or lying under the lone dead-looking tree near the middle of the field. Nothing really stood out about that place. Except one morning. It was still early, maybe 6:30 a.m. We were heading into town, probably to drop my sister off at school before going to the grocery store. The sun was just starting to rise, so the fields were covered in that heavy mist you only really see in the early morning. Everything looked gray and soft, like the world hadn't fully woken up yet. As we passed that stretch, I remember staring out the window like I always did, kind of half asleep. And then I saw it. A cow, lying on its side in the field. Not far from the fence, but it didn't look like it was sleeping. Its body looked twisted, like its legs weren't in the right place. The worst part was its stomach. It looked like it had been ripped open. Torn. Not clean. Not like something you'd see at a butcher shop. Its insides were spilling out onto the grass, a mess of dark red and gray that smeared across the ground. The kind of image that punches you in the gut before you even understand what you're looking at. But we were going 55, maybe faster, and it was gone in a second. Just a glimpse. 1 second there. The next it was behind us. I didn't say anything. I think I told myself I'd imagined it. Maybe it was just lying funny, or maybe I caught it at a weird angle. I was tired, after all. Sometimes shadows and fog can make things look stranger than they are. Maybe there was a trick of the light. I had to be seeing things. That's what I told myself, anyway. A few weeks passed. Nothing unusual. Same drives. Same cows. Nothing dead. Until it happened again. This time it was worse. We were heading out late in the morning. The sun was already up, burning off the mist. Clear as day. I had the window halfway down, and I wasn't even zoning out like I usually did. I remember because there was this cool breeze coming in, and I liked how it smelled, like dust and hay. Then I saw it. Another cow. Different spot in the same field. This one wasn't twisted. It was sprawled out with its legs stretched stiff. But its stomach, God. It looked like something had exploded inside it. Guts everywhere. Blood soaked into the grass. Pieces of something I couldn't even identify, all tangled up in itself. There were flies all over it, buzzing in big clouds. I caught the smell this time, too. Even at that speed, even through the window. It was sour and sharp and hot, like death that had been sitting out in the sun too long. Again, no one else saw it. My mom kept driving. My sister had her head down, probably texting. The baby was asleep. It felt unreal, like I was the only person on earth seeing it. But it was real. I knew it was real that time. Still, I didn't say anything. I don't know why. I think part of me still wanted to believe it wasn't happening. Or maybe I didn't want to sound crazy. Hey, I think there's a slaughtered cow out in that field. just didn't sound like something people would take seriously, especially coming from a quiet 13-year-old who never talked much anyway. I told myself again, maybe it was some kind of disease, or maybe it had been hit by lightning. Cows die sometimes. It's just part of life on a farm, right? Except cows don't die like that. Not ripped open like someone was trying to dig something out of them. It stuck with me for weeks. I'd think about it randomly, at night when I was trying to sleep, or when I walked past the butcher counter at the grocery store. I even had a few dreams about it. Not nightmares exactly, but those heavy dreams where you wake up feeling like your chest is full of bricks. I'd see the guts again, the way they spread out across the dirt like someone had just dumped a bucket of spaghetti, and always that sick feeling in my stomach. The third time is what really nailed it in for me. It was later in the season. I don't remember if it was fall yet, but the mornings were colder and the fields looked browner. Drier. More dead. The same stretch of road, same drive. I was sitting in the back seat again. I think we were heading to town for church or a doctor's appointment or something. I wasn't even paying attention until I noticed two men in the field. They were standing over something. I knew what it was even before we got close. Another cow. It was torn open like the others. Maybe worse. One of the men had his hands on his hips, just staring down at it. The other looked like he had a shovel or some kind of pole. I only saw them for a second as we passed, but they looked tense. Not like farmers checking on a sick animal. They looked like people trying to make sense of something they'd never seen before. That was when I knew it wasn't just in my head. I wasn't making it up. There were dead cows out there, and someone else finally saw them too. But then nothing. Weeks went by. Months maybe. We kept driving past that field. I still stared out the window, every time, waiting to see another one. But the cows looked normal. Nothing dead. No guts. No men standing around with tools. Just cows chewing grass, swishing their tails. Like nothing had ever happened. Eventually we moved. My mom got a different job, and we ended up a few towns over. I started high school, got busy with other stuff. The trailer, the field, the cows, they all just faded into the background. Every once in a while, the memory would pop up, but it felt more like a weird dream than something that actually happened. And then about a year ago, I had to drive through that area again. I was alone, running some errand for work, trying to avoid traffic, and I took a back road that eventually hooked up with that same highway. I didn't even realize where I was until I saw the old barbed wire fence and that dead tree in the middle of the field. I hadn't thought about that place in years. And just like that, it all came back. The first glimpse of the cow in the mist. The second one with the flies. The third one with the men standing over it. I remembered it all. Not just remembered, I felt it again. That tightness in my chest, that cold feeling crawling up my spine, like I was 13 again and seeing it for the first time. The cows weren't there anymore. The field looked empty. Weeds were tall, like no one had maintained it in a while. The tree was still there, looking even more dead than I remembered. But there were no animals, no people, just silence and wind. I pulled over. I don't know why. I just sat there with the window down, listening. The breeze rustled through the dry grass, and I could hear the occasional hum of a distant truck, but that was it. I kept waiting for something to happen, maybe a car to pull into the field, or a bird to fly overhead. But nothing did. It just stayed still. Quiet. I didn't stay long. Maybe 5 minutes. Then I pulled back onto the road and kept driving. But even now, I still think about it. I think about what could have done that. Coyotes don't kill cows like that. Not full-grown ones. And even if they did, they wouldn't leave it ripped open like that without eating most of it. A pack of dogs maybe, but there was no sign of a struggle around the bodies. No torn up ground or trails. Just the cow, ripped open like someone had just reached inside it and yanked everything out. And why only 3? Why did it stop? Did someone do it on purpose? Was it some freak animal attack no one talked about? Did the farm shut down? Was there some quiet investigation that never made the news? I'll never know. And honestly, part of me doesn't want to. Because whatever it was, animal, person, or accident, something about it felt wrong. Not supernatural, not alien, just wrong in that primal way. Like something you're not supposed to see. Something your brain tries to bury because it doesn't know where to put it. But I saw it, and I remember. That night started like any other party night. The kind where everyone from your dorm shows up. There's music blaring, and it's packed full of people trying to dance or talk over the noise. But after a while, the loud music and the crush of bodies get to you, and you start feeling like you need a breather. It was one of those nights. I was with a small group of friends who, like me, had gotten tired of the party. We decided to take a break, get some fresh air, and maybe share a bowl outside on the terrace of the apartment we were at. The building was in a nice area of Boston, somewhere upscale. The terrace itself was a small but comfortable spot, with a couple of chairs and a railing that overlooked the city. The lights of the streets below made the night feel alive. It was one of those moments where you could just let go of the noise and take in the calm around you. We sat around in a loose circle, each of us chatting about random things. Someone was talking about classes, another was ranting about the weather, and we all took turns puffing from the bowl as the conversation floated aimlessly. I wasn't really paying attention to anything in particular. I had one of those moments where your brain just shuts off, and you're existing, just hanging out with your friends. But something caught my eye. It was a flash of movement from across the street. At first, I thought it was a car or maybe someone walking by. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, so I turned my attention back to it. My gaze wandered toward a giant bay window about 50 feet up. It must have been a penthouse apartment, or maybe a really nice flat. I didn't know exactly, but it was so high up you'd have to be seriously looking to even spot it from where we were. At first, I didn't think much of it. It was just another window. But then, I saw the silhouette. A figure. At first, I thought it was just someone standing near the window, maybe leaning out to get a view of the city or something. I didn't think anything of it. I just kept talking to my friends, passing the bowl around, and letting the buzz settle in. But when I looked back up again, the figure was still there. It hadn't moved. I didn't even notice at first, but after an hour of hanging out and chatting, I looked up again, and the figure was still there, exactly as it had been when I first spotted it. It was like they hadn't moved a muscle. Just standing there, a dark shape leaning toward the window, looking down at us. It wasn't like a shadow or anything that could be dismissed. It was a solid form, standing still in a way that felt almost too still. I felt something shift inside me then, a weird kind of cold creeping through my body. Not quite fear, but more of an unsettling feeling. It was like my brain was telling me something wasn't right, even if I couldn't place why. I glanced over at my friends, who were still casually chatting, not paying attention to the figure. I pointed it out to them, more to break the silence than anything else. "Hey, look at that," I said, motioning with my hand toward the window. They all stopped talking for a second and turned to look. At first, no one said anything. It was like we were all trying to figure out if the figure was just some person being weird or if something else was going on. One of my friends, Sarah, squinted, then said, "Maybe it's just a mannequin or something, like some weird decoration." It felt like that was the last thing we needed to hear. No one really thought it was a mannequin. We all knew it was something much more unsettling. But just as she said it, the figure moved. It was subtle, but it happened so fast that we all felt it at the same time. The figure ducked down, almost like it had been caught doing something it shouldn't have. It wasn't a slow, casual motion. It was fast, like someone trying to hide quickly. A chill ran down my spine. I could feel it in my fingers, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. My heart started to race. It wasn't the usual buzz from the weed. This was real. Whatever it wasn't just a coincidence. We all stood there for a long time, not speaking, just staring at that window. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, and I could tell that everyone was feeling the same thing. It was one of those moments when you could taste the tension in the air. Eventually, someone spoke up, breaking the silence, but it was too late. I could feel the tension in their voice, even if they were trying to act casual. "Okay, we should head back inside." Without another word, we all slowly made our way back into the party. The whole time, though, there was this feeling, like someone was watching us, following us. The walk back to the apartment building's elevator felt like it took forever, and every time I glanced around, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye, some movement that didn't belong. We all filed back into the apartment, but I couldn't shake the feeling. My mind kept replaying the image of that figure, standing motionless in the window, watching us. Inside, the music was still blasting, people were still dancing, and the usual party atmosphere resumed, but it didn't feel the same. It felt off. I couldn't focus on anything. All I could think about was that silhouette, and the way it moved so fast when it ducked out of view. There was something almost deliberate about it. We didn't really talk about it after that. There was this unspoken understanding among us that we didn't need to. The feeling lingered, like it was pressed into the back of my mind, making everything feel wrong. I felt like I was being watched, not just from the windows, but from everywhere. It was like the city itself had eyes. Eventually, we decided to call it a night. It had been a long evening, and we were all exhausted from the party, even though no one really felt like they'd had a good time after that moment on the terrace. I don't know why, but we all went back to our dorm rooms in a hurry, barely saying anything to each other. The night felt stretched out, the minutes felt longer, and as we walked back toward our building, I kept looking behind us, just to make sure. When I got back to my dorm, I slammed the door behind me and locked it, but I still didn't feel safe. It was like that figure had left some kind of stain on the night, something that couldn't be wiped away. I kept glancing at the window in my room, half expecting to see a shape appear, but nothing happened. I didn't talk to my friends about it the next day. We all just went back to the usual routine, like nothing had happened. But I think deep down we all knew something had. That feeling of being watched didn't go away for a while. It stayed with me every time I walked home at night or passed by a dark window. A week later, a strange thing happened. I heard someone talking about the penthouse across the street from where we'd been, and how it had recently been sold. Apparently, the new owner had been some reclusive type who had a reputation for not wanting to be seen. People said he liked to watch the street from his windows, but didn't socialize much. There were rumors about the apartment, about how it had been abandoned for a while before that. That's when I realized the figure hadn't just been some random person. They had been watching us the whole time. I don't know who they were, and I don't want to know. What freaked me out even more was the thought that we had been noticed, watched, maybe even targeted. It wasn't a ghost or some creepy supernatural thing. It was just a person. But the fact that we had been so unaware, so casual about it, that was what scared me the most. Because if that figure had wanted to do something, there was nothing we could have done about it. It's been a few months now, and I still remember that night vividly. I'm not sure what it was or why it happened, but I know I won't ever forget it. Something about that figure, that stillness in the window, made me realize that not everything in this city is what it seems. Some things are better left alone. Some things are better left unseen. That night started out like any other. Just 3 friends walking down the street, excited to grab a few drinks, get some fresh air, and let loose. We were walking to the bar, a solid 20-minute stroll from where we were, but the further we went, the colder it got. By the time we'd made it a quarter of the way, we all agreed that it was way too chilly to keep walking. I don't mind the cold much, but that night it was biting, like the kind of cold that gets right into your bones. There was a Royal Farms just up ahead, and as we walked past, we saw a cab parked in the lot. The driver was sitting inside, his head tilted back, and his eyes closed. Looked like he was napping or maybe just taking a break. Without much thought, we walked up and tapped on the window, figuring we'd ask him to take us to the bar instead of freezing our asses off walking the rest of the way. He stirred, blinked a few times, and then motioned for us to get in. So we piled into the cab, 3 of us in the back. I was in the middle, squeezed between my friends. The cab driver didn't say a word when we got in, but he just started the engine and pulled out of the Royal Farms lot. That's when it hit me that something was off. Instead of turning into the street, where traffic was moving in the same direction as us, the cabbie took a left, pulling right into the lane with traffic going the opposite way. It wasn't that big of a deal at first. Maybe he was just a little disoriented or sleepy. But then, I started to notice something even stranger. Instead of driving straight, he was swerving. At first, it was subtle, just a little shift to the right, then a little to the left, but it kept happening, again and again. I could feel the car lurching back and forth in an S shape, weaving across lanes like he was dodging something invisible. My friends and I were silent for a moment, exchanging confused looks. I could see my buddy Mark's face scrunching up in the rearview mirror, his hand gripping the seat like he was about to say something. "Hey man," I called up, trying to sound casual. "You good? Where are we headed?" No response. "Yo," I tried again, this time with more urgency. "You need to slow down. What the hell are you doing?" Still nothing. The guy just kept swerving, like he was on autopilot, with no care for anything on the road. I started to feel the panic creep in. My legs felt like lead as I started to think about how far away we were from where we'd gotten in, how this guy was taking us farther and farther away from the street where the bar was. This wasn't normal. The cabbie wasn't just disoriented or a little off. He was doing this on purpose. My gut was telling me something was wrong, and it was telling me fast. My friend Lucas leaned forward from the seat behind me. "Yo, stop the cab. We're getting out," he said, his voice tight with the same unease I was feeling. The cabbie didn't even flinch. He didn't acknowledge us at all, like we weren't even in the back seat. I looked over at Mark. "We're getting out. Now." I pushed open the door to the cab, but as I started to slide over to the door, the cabbie slammed on the gas. It was like he was waiting for us to make a move. The cab lurched forward, and before I knew it, I was thrown back against the seat. "Hold on," I shouted, grabbing the door handle with both hands, trying to stay in control as the cab sped through the intersection. The light was red, but the cabbie didn't care. He didn't even tap the brakes. He ran that red light, gunning the engine like we were in a race. My foot instinctively pressed against the door, trying to hold it open, terrified that if it closed, I'd be trapped. The door handle was still in my hand, but the pressure of the car accelerating made it harder to keep it open. My foot was wedged awkwardly in the door frame, but I wasn't letting go. I screamed at the top of my lungs, desperate for someone to notice, desperate for him to stop. My friends were yelling too, but their voices were swallowed by the roar of the engine as it revved. The cab swerved again, crossing lanes and almost clipping the rear bumper of a truck. My heart was pounding in my chest as I felt the speed pick up, and the sense of control was slipping further away. I thought about what could happen if I lost my grip, if that door slammed shut, locking me inside with this man who didn't care about anything, who was driving like a madman. The realization hit me that I was at his mercy, and it terrified me. The cabbie wasn't slowing down. He was swerving from lane to lane, like he had no intention of letting us out. I could hear the screech of the tires as he whipped around another turn, narrowly avoiding a head-on collision with an oncoming car. It felt like we were in some kind of nightmare, the kind where you can't wake up no matter how hard you try. The sound of the engine roaring, the tires skidding, and the horn blaring were deafening. Then, he swung the wheel hard to the right. The entire cab jolted as it crashed into a row of parked cars. I could feel the force of the impact rattle through the floor beneath my feet. The car's front end slammed into the vehicles, pushing them out of the way like toy cars. It happened so fast, but I didn't have time to process it before I realized my leg was dangerously close to the door frame, where the impact happened. My heart nearly stopped as I heard a loud crunch, my leg pinned between the door and the car next to us. I screamed in pain, trying to pull my leg out, but it was stuck. My foot was still holding the door, but I couldn't move. I thought I was going to lose it right there, lose my leg, lose my life. I was trapped, my leg caught in the wreckage. Then luck, or maybe fate, finally stepped in. The cab came to a screeching halt as it ran into another red light. The car in front of us stopped just in time to block our path. For a moment, everything went still, like the world had paused. My leg throbbed, but the adrenaline coursing through my body kept me from feeling the full extent of the pain. I wasted no time. I didn't think, I just reacted. With one last push, I managed to wriggle my leg free. My heart was in my throat as I scrambled across the seat to the driver's side. I yanked the door open and tumbled out of the cab, falling onto the cold asphalt with a thud. I scrambled to my feet, dizzy from the rush of panic and pain, and I didn't look back. I didn't care if he was coming after me or not. All I cared about was getting the hell out of that cab. I ran. My legs were shaky, my heart racing, but I didn't stop. I didn't dare look over my shoulder. The cab took off again, speeding through the intersection, and I heard the screech of the tires as he disappeared into the night. Mark and Lucas were right behind me, and we didn't stop running until we reached the safety of a well-lit street. Out of breath, we paused, trying to process what had just happened. "Did we get his tag?" Mark asked, his voice hoarse from all the shouting. "I don't know," I panted. "I don't know. I think we did." We pulled out our phones, frantically checking the blurry picture Mark had taken. It was useless. The numbers were unreadable, the image too blurry. We called 911 anyway, explaining the whole ordeal as best as we could, but by the time the police showed up, there was nothing to go on. The cabbie was long gone. We never heard anything more from them, no updates, no investigation. The bruises on my leg were deep, and it hurt to walk for a few days. But I was alive. We all were. And that was something I didn't take for granted. Every now and then, I'll think back to that night, and the way the world felt like it was closing in on me, the way my heart pounded in my chest as I held onto that door. I still get chills sometimes, imagining what could have happened if I hadn't been quick enough. I don't know if they ever caught that guy, but I'll tell you this, I never, ever took a cab again without checking the driver first. And I'll never forget the feeling of being trapped, the sheer terror of realizing you're at someone else's mercy, and how quickly everything can spiral into something out of your control. It was around midnight, and we were standing in front of the entrance to the forest. The air felt colder than usual for a late summer night, and the silence around us was oppressive. I couldn't hear anything, not even the usual hum of crickets or the rustle of leaves in the wind. It was dead quiet, except for the occasional distant noise from the city, but even that seemed muffled. I turned to my friend and grinned. "Hey, you remember that creepy forest we tried to walk through that one time? You know, the one we turned back from because it was too dark? Let's try it again." I was laughing as I said it, trying to keep the mood light, but honestly, I was feeling uneasy. We didn't have cars, so we'd walk to get here, and I could feel the weight of the night pressing in around us. But we were teenagers, and that made us think we were invincible. He gave me a look, one of those half-amused, half-questioning ones. "Are you serious?" he asked, still standing at the edge of the path, clearly hesitant. I shrugged. "Come on, what's the worst that could happen? It's not like we're going to get lost. And we can always turn back if it gets too freaky." He sighed but didn't argue. After a few seconds, he started following me down the path. The asphalt was cracked and uneven, but it was well lit outside the forest. It was like we were crossing an invisible line into something darker, though. The contrast was jarring. 1 second, everything was normal, then suddenly, it was as if the whole world had shifted. The trees stood like towering shadows, blocking out the moonlight, and the forest felt like it was swallowing up the light from my phone's flashlight. I turned on the light, but it didn't seem to make any difference. The darkness was too thick. It was like a curtain was drawn over the whole place, and my phone's weak beam couldn't cut through it. It made me feel small. I didn't let that bother me, though. I was determined to push through. We kept walking for a while, just chatting about random things. It was mostly stupid stuff, high school, teachers, how we hated the new cafeteria food. But even as we joked, I could feel something crawling at the back of my mind. It wasn't fear, not exactly, but it was this gnawing sense that something wasn't quite right. It wasn't until I saw something that I figured out why I felt so uneasy. "You want to go off the path?" I asked my friend, grinning. He gave me a look that said he wasn't sure, but I could tell he was intrigued. "Why would we do that?" he asked. "Isn't the point of this to stick to the trail?" I shrugged, kicking a rock out of my path. "It's more fun to explore, right? And we don't even know what's out here. It's like an adventure or whatever." There was silence for a moment, and I could tell he was weighing his options. I knew it was a bad idea. I knew it even as I suggested it. But he was my friend, and I pushed. "Come on," I said again. "What's the worst that could happen?" He groaned but agreed. So we stepped off the path and into the forest. At first, it wasn't much different. The trees were thick around us, but the ground was solid beneath our feet, and the air felt cooler, fresher. I was still making jokes, and we were laughing, just two idiots trying to make it seem like we weren't doing something stupid. But it didn't stay that way for long. The deeper we went, the more oppressive the forest became. The air felt heavier, and it was hard to see where we were going. The trees loomed above us, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers. It didn't help that we were no longer on the paved path, and the ground was uneven. Roots stuck up from the earth, threatening to trip us. The phone light flickered a few times, casting strange, distorted shadows that seemed to move when we weren't looking directly at them. We came across an old, abandoned beer bottle lying near a clump of bushes. It had some liquid still in it, and for a second, we just stared at it, both of us silently thinking the same thing. Who would leave something like that out here? Then we heard it. At first, it was just a faint sound, like a low growl in the distance, barely audible over the sound of the wind rustling the leaves. But as it got closer, it morphed, becoming something almost human-like, a weird, distorted sound, like a combination of a car engine revving and an animal growling in fear or anger. It was unmistakably loud, and it felt like it was all around us. I froze, my heart thudding in my chest, but my friend wasn't having it. "It's just a car," he said quickly, trying to brush it off. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't a car. I started rationalizing the sound in my head, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was a bear or something else big moving through the trees. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe it was just the wind. I wasn't sure, but I knew that sound wasn't normal. "Let's go back," I said, my voice unsteady. "This place is getting weird." Just as I turned to walk back, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A girl. She was crouched down on the ground in the middle of the path, her knees pulled up to her chest, her face buried in her arms. She was curled into a tight fetal position, as though she was trying to hide from something or someone. Her hair was black, dark enough that it looked like ink spilled onto her shoulders. And her skin, it was so pale, like bone, so white it almost seemed unnatural. Her cheeks were streaked with something that looked like tears. For a moment, I thought I had imagined it. But the longer I looked at her, the more real she became. I froze in place. My heart pounded in my ears, and for the first time that night, fear took over. My friend, standing behind me, must have seen the way I stopped because he froze too. I don't know how long I stood there, just staring. It couldn't have been more than a few seconds, but it felt like hours. The weird, tense stillness of the forest made everything seem distorted, like we were suspended in time. Then, just as quickly as I'd seen her, I couldn't look anymore. I don't know if it was instinct or just panic, but something in me snapped. I grabbed my friend's arm, yanking him hard, and started running. We didn't look back. We ran through the trees, our feet pounding against the uneven ground, crashing through the underbrush, but I didn't stop. I didn't dare stop. Every breath was ragged, but we just kept running. The sound of our footsteps was the only thing I could hear, and every noise in the forest felt like it was closing in on us. It wasn't until we reached the paved path again, and we could see the dim light from the street lamps at the forest's edge, that I stopped. My chest was burning, and I could barely breathe, but I was too afraid to look behind us. I just kept staring ahead, wishing we were back in the open, away from whatever that thing was. My friend wasn't saying anything either. We just kept walking, slow at first, then faster, until we were out of the forest completely. Neither of us said a word for the rest of the night. We didn't talk about it either. Not then, not after. I don't know why. Maybe it was the fear of acknowledging what we'd seen. Maybe it was because we didn't want to sound crazy. But we never went back. And I haven't returned since. I don't know who she was or why she was there, but whatever it wasn't something I ever want to understand. I don't know if she was hurt or lost or what, but the look on her face, it haunts me every time I think about it. I can't say for sure what happened that night, but I can tell you one thing. I'll never step foot in that forest again. It started like a lot of nights due on the road, long, slow, and frustrating. I had a late pickup in Cincinnati, and everything was already behind schedule. Dispatch told me to hang tight. The warehouse crew was almost done. I'd heard that line 100 times, and it meant nothing. I was stuck waiting in the dock lane for close to 4 hours before they finally got around to loading me. By the time the last pallet was secured, my clock was shot. I had no legal drive time left. I could have pushed it, maybe found a spot further out of town, but I was tired, annoyed, and I'd learned the hard way that running out of hours in the middle of nowhere was worse than being stuck in a city. I pulled a few blocks down from the warehouse and found a wide stretch of industrial road, mostly empty this time of night, with a few other rigs parked here and there. It wasn't a truck stop or anything official, but it wasn't the worst I'd seen. The buildings were all dark, metal-sided warehouses and fenced-in yards. The kind of place where nothing happens during the day and anything could happen at night. Still, I'd parked in worse. I shut down the engine, closed the curtains, and crawled into the bunk. I was just starting to drift off when I heard it. Knock, 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 knock. Shave and a haircut. That old rhythm. I sat up instantly, wide awake now. I know that knock. Everyone does. But hearing it outside your truck door in the middle of the night sends a cold ripple through your chest. I slid the curtain back, just enough to peek out. A guy was standing there, mid-30s maybe, wearing a black hoodie and jeans. He looked strung out, lean, twitchy. The kind of guy who talks fast and blinks even faster. I cracked the window just a bit. He started rambling. Something about girls. Said he had a couple who could come up and keep me company. Make your night better, he kept saying. I cut him off. Told him I wasn't interested. But he wasn't taking it. He smiled, leaned in, and said something like, "Come on, man. I know you're lonely out here. Just give me a little something for the ride." Said he needed taxi money to get back across town. He stepped up onto the side of my cab like he owned it. I told him no again, but he just stood there, grinning, like I was the one being unreasonable. I noticed him glance down toward his side, toward his waistband, and something just clicked in my gut. My hammer was in the tray next to my seat. Just a regular framing hammer I kept around for tire thumping and the odd trailer repair. I reached for it without looking away. The second my fingers closed around the handle, I lifted it slow, holding it low and tight. That's when he changed. Smile disappeared. Eyes narrowed. He took a breath, nodded like I'd answered some question for him, and stepped down. "You'll regret this," he muttered before walking off down the street, disappearing between two buildings. I sat there for a while, still holding the hammer, watching where he went. I waited until I was sure he wasn't coming back. My pulse was up, but I wasn't scared. Just pissed. Angry that people like that think they can just walk up to your door and treat your rig like some motel lobby. I sat for maybe 5 minutes, then made the call. I didn't like the spot anymore. I didn't want to give him a chance to circle back with friends. I drove half a mile down the road and found another patch of gravel behind a long-abandoned factory building. The fence was sagging, half the windows boarded up. No lights. I backed in between two dead trailers that looked like they hadn't moved since Bush was in office. Not ideal, but I figured I could get a few hours of sleep and haul ass in the morning. I locked up tight, set my phone alarm, and crawled back into the bunk. I kept the hammer right next to me this time. I must have dozed off. The buzzing in my ears had faded, and my shoulders were finally starting to unclench. But maybe an hour passed before another knock rattled me awake. This time it wasn't a rhythm, just a loud, solid knock. Then another, and another. I bolted upright, already swearing. I didn't even look this time. I just shouted through the cab, "Fuck off." But instead of walking away, the guy outside shouted back, "Please, man, I'm in trouble. I need help." That line cut through my irritation. It sounded different than the first guy. Less aggressive. Younger, maybe. I slid over to the window and cracked it. Just a sliver this time. The guy standing there looked nervous. Jumpy. Said someone had told a DOT officer that I had a prostitute in my truck, and the cop was on his way to bust me. Said they'd left evidence in my cab, and the cop was gonna find it. I knew right then it was bullshit, but the guy looked like he believed what he was saying, or he was high enough to think it might work. I told him to send the officer over, see what he finds. But before I could say anything else, his hand shot through the window gap. He popped the door handle and swung it open like he'd done it 100 times before. He climbed in before I could stop him. I scrambled backward, lunging over the seat to reach the hammer I'd left in the back bunk. My foot slipped on a bag of laundry, and I hit my elbow on the fire extinguisher bracket. By the time I grabbed the hammer and turned back around, the guy was already crouched down, digging around under my passenger seat. He muttered something, stood up, and held out a phone and a cracked glass pipe. Held them up like a cop would, like some kind of proof. He kept saying someone told him it was used to record video in my truck. Said they planted it. Said if the DOT found it, I'd lose my license. It was so ridiculous, it almost stunned me. Like, where did this guy even come from? Who does this? I didn't answer. I just stared at him. He didn't move to leave. Just stood there, talking in circles. Saying I was in trouble. Saying if I paid him something, he'd get rid of the stuff. Said he could help me out. That he was looking out for me. I didn't say a word for the first few minutes. I just stood there, holding the hammer low, watching him. Waiting. After a while, I finally snapped. Told him to get the hell out. But he didn't budge. He stood between me and the door, half blocking my way. I wasn't sure what he was on, but it had fried his ability to think straight. He was shaking a little now, probably crashing from whatever he took earlier. Then he lunged. Not at me, but toward the ignition. I saw his hand go for my keys. My instincts lit up like a switchboard. I dove forward and grabbed his wrist with one hand and swung the hammer just wide of his head with the other. Didn't hit him that time, but I made sure he knew I would. He backed up, surprised, and I lunged again, this time grabbing the keys out of the ignition myself before he could. He reached out again, and that's when I dropped the hammer, cocked back, and slammed a fist right into his mouth. It wasn't a knockout punch. I'm not that strong, and he wasn't that big, but it was enough to make him stumble. Blood welled on his lip. He gasped, dropped the pipe, and staggered back. I grabbed his arm, turned my shoulder, and shoved him hard through the open door. He hit the gravel shoulder first and rolled. He stood up fast. Shouted something I didn't catch, maybe a threat, maybe just a slur. and then he took off running down the road. I stood there in the doorway, watching his silhouette disappear. He shouted back once more, "You're busted, fucker." And then he was gone. I didn't wait. I locked the door, grabbed my hammer, and fired up the engine. My hands were shaking now. Not scared, not yet, just charged. Too much adrenaline to feel anything else. I drove. Didn't even plug in a route, just got the hell out of there. Took whatever streets I could to get back on the interstate. It was only after I hit the ramp and got moving at 65 again that it caught up to me. My chest was tight. My hands wouldn't stop sweating. I kept checking my mirrors every 10 seconds, half expecting to see headlights chasing me down. I drove for over 2 hours past Dayton and toward the Indiana line until I found a 24-hour truck stop with decent lighting and other rigs around. I pulled in next to a tanker and killed the engine. My arms felt heavy. The inside of my cab smelled like sweat and metal. My mouth was dry. I checked the locks 3 times before I climbed into the back. And that time, when I lay down, I kept the hammer right under my pillow. I didn't sleep much. Maybe an hour or 2. Just enough to shake off the edge. By the time the sun came up, I felt like I'd aged 5 years. My heart wasn't pounding anymore, but my head was full of what-ifs. What if I hadn't grabbed the hammer? What if I'd been too slow to stop him from taking the keys? What if he'd had a knife or worse? What if the first guy really had come back? The worst part was knowing how easy it had been. How easily both of those guys had stepped right into my world like they had every right. That cab was supposed to be mine. My space. My safe spot. And in one night, it got violated twice. I didn't report it. What was I gonna say? Yeah, officer, I was parked illegally behind a condemned building, and a guy tried to scam me. Then another broke into my truck and planted a cracked pipe under the seat. They'd look at me like I was the one doing something shady. So I cleaned up, tossed the pipe and the phone into the dumpster at the truck stop, washed my hands 3 times, sat in the diner for a while drinking bad coffee and thinking about nothing. Just blank. Burned out. I kept the hammer, though. I moved it up front now, next to the gear shift where it's always within reach. I started keeping a second one in the bunk, just in case. That was a couple months ago. I've been through Cincinnati since then, but I don't stop there anymore. Not unless I have to. I still think about that night sometimes when I'm shutting down for the evening. Still get jumpy when I hear footsteps outside the cab after dark. But I don't let it stop me. I still drive. Still do the job. I just trust people a lot less now. And I never, ever answer knocks at the door. I was 13 when I first experienced something that I could never explain, something that still haunts me to this day. It was the summer after my grandmother had passed away, a year or so after she passed away in her sleep while napping on the living room couch. They say she died peacefully, no signs of struggle or pain, just simply drifted off as if she were sleeping. But the impact her death left on me and the rest of my family has never faded. Before she died, my grandmother used to spend a lot of time in the living room. The couch she died on was her spot, right in the center of the room, facing the TV. But she also spent a lot of time in the kitchen. It wasn't unusual to hear the soft thuds of her slippers on the hardwood floors as she shuffled from her bedroom to the kitchen, then the familiar creak of the refrigerator door being opened. It was something she did almost every day, and I remember the sound of the glass bottles in the fridge door rattling when she grabbed a soda. After her passing, the house felt empty, colder somehow, even though it was filled with my father, grandfather, and me. At first, I didn't believe the stories my father and grandfather told. They said they could still hear her, even though she was gone. They'd hear the same sounds, her feet shuffling, the fridge opening, the rattle of the bottles in the door. But I just thought it was their way of dealing with the grief. They'd laugh about it, telling me how she'd be shuffling around at night, as if nothing had changed. Then a couple of years later, my father and I decided to spend the weekend with my grandfather. It was a quiet, hot summer weekend, and I was looking forward to some time away from the house. My father and I slept on the living room couch, which, as I said before, was the same couch my grandmother passed away on. My grandfather had gone next door to play poker, and it was just me and my father in the house. I was tired, but I had a hard time sleeping that night. My father went right to sleep, his deep breaths filling the room as he drifted off, but I stayed awake for a while, flipping through an old magazine. The house was quiet, with only the occasional creak of the old floorboards and the distant sounds of the wind outside. I was starting to nod off when I heard something. It was faint at first, just the sound of the bedroom door opening, the soft scraping of it against the floor. My eyes snapped open, and I listened closely. I could hear shuffling feet, the kind of soft shuffle you make when you're walking in slippers or socks on a hardwood floor. It wasn't loud or intrusive, but it was there. Then, I heard the familiar creak from the floor right in front of the bathroom door. The same creak I'd heard 100 times before when my grandmother used to walk around at night. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, but I brushed it off. Maybe it was just my imagination or the house settling. But then came the sound I knew all too well, the refrigerator door opening. It was unmistakable, the low squeak of the door and the clink of the glass bottles inside. I couldn't deny it any longer. Someone was in the kitchen, moving around, just like my grandmother used to. I wasn't sure what to make of it. My grandfather wasn't home, and my father was still sound asleep beside me. I felt a chill creep over me, but I thought maybe I could go into the kitchen and see what was going on. Maybe my grandfather had come home without me hearing him. So I threw off the blanket and quietly got out of bed, trying not to wake my father. When I walked into the kitchen, I was greeted by complete silence. The fridge door was closed, and the room was dark and empty. No one was there. I stood still for a moment, trying to piece together what had just happened. I could have sworn I heard someone walking from the bedroom to the kitchen, heard the fridge open and the glass bottles rattle, but there was no one in sight. Suddenly, it hit me. My grandfather wasn't home. He'd gone next door to play poker hours ago. I was alone in the house with my father. My heart started pounding in my chest, and the realization settled in like a weight on my shoulders. I quickly turned and bolted back to the living room, leaping over my father and scrambling into bed. I buried my face in the blanket, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. My body was tense, my heart racing. I tried to calm myself, telling myself that it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I eventually fell asleep, but it wasn't peaceful. I woke up sometime later, my body frozen in place, as if I couldn't move. The fear was paralyzing, and I couldn't explain why. I was lying on my side, facing the wall. Slowly, I worked up the courage to turn my head to the left. My blanket was pulled up over my face, but there, on the fabric, was a shadow. It wasn't just any shadow. It was the distinct outline of a woman's head and shoulders, with the unmistakable shape of a beehive hairstyle. My grandmother used to wear her hair in that beehive style, even years after it had gone out of fashion. It was a part of her, and I recognized it instantly. The shadow seemed to move with the sound of heavy breathing. I could hear the breath coming from it, slow and deep, like someone was standing right over me. My body tensed in fear, and I fought to move, to reach up and pull the blanket off my face, but I couldn't. My body was frozen, and all I could do was stare at the shadow. Finally, I forced my hand to move, trembling as I reached up and pulled the blanket away from my face. The moment I did, the fear seemed to evaporate. The shadow was gone, and the heavy breathing had stopped. My room was silent again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just been there. I lay there for a few minutes, trying to convince myself that it was just a bad dream or a trick of the light, but the fear lingered in my chest. Eventually, I managed to fall back asleep. The next time I woke up, the same thing happened. The fear returned, paralyzing me again. I could feel it in my bones, a heavy, suffocating fear. I turned my head, and there it was again, the shadow. The same shape, the same beehive hairdo, the same heavy breathing. I repeated the same process, forcing myself to move, to lift the blanket off my face. And once again, the shadow vanished. The fear lifted. But as soon as I closed my eyes, it would return. Over and over again, throughout the night, I woke to find that shadow, that breathing, and each time, I had to force myself to move, to remove the blanket, only to find nothing there. I lost count of how many times it happened. Maybe a dozen times, maybe more. But each time, it was the same. The shadow, the breathing, the paralyzing fear. And each time, I would pull the blanket off my face and find nothing. The house was still and quiet again, but my heart wouldn't stop racing. The next morning, I was exhausted. I could barely keep my eyes open, my body heavy with the weight of the night. I told my father everything, every detail, the sounds of the bedroom door opening, the shuffling feet, the fridge opening, the shadow, the heavy breathing. I didn't know what to expect from him, but I thought for sure he'd dismiss it, tell me it was just my imagination, or that I was hearing things. But instead, he smiled. "That was Grandma," he said, his voice calm and matter-of-fact. He didn't seem shocked, didn't seem worried. He seemed almost relieved. It was as if he had been expecting me to experience it. It wasn't something he feared. In fact, it was as if he had known all along that my grandmother hadn't really left. I sat there, stunned, unsure of what to say. My father's words hung in the air, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something inexplicable had happened, something that defied all logic. But hearing him say it, I realized he didn't see it as something to be afraid of. To him, it was just Grandma. I couldn't explain it, but somehow it made sense in a strange, unsettling way. Maybe it was her way of still being there, still taking her walk to the kitchen, still breathing her familiar breath in the dark. I didn't talk much about it after that day. I didn't need to. My father had said it all. I've had the same dog since I was about 12. Her name is Zenith, and she's a small Pomeranian, barely 5 pounds of fluff and loyalty. Growing up, I was always the weird kid. I didn't fit in, I didn't have a lot of friends, and my mom didn't let me go to other people's houses. I spent most of my time alone, with Zenith by my side. She wasn't just a dog. She was my only friend, my protector, my comfort, and the one being who never judged me. She was my everything. When my mom would yell at me or punish me, Zenith would be right there, barking and growling at her, trying to protect me. She would wedge herself between us, a tiny, brave little dog who wasn't afraid to stand up to my mom, no matter how big she was or how scary the situation seemed. I remember times when I would be sobbing, feeling completely alone in this big, confusing world, and Zenith would just curl up next to me, her tiny body a solid source of warmth and affection, her eyes full of trust and love. As I grew older, things didn't change much. I was still a loner, and Zenith stayed by my side. No matter how much the world outside changed, Zenith was always there, waiting for me to come home from school or from a trip to the store. I would pour all my emotions into her, talking to her about everything and nothing at all. She never judged me, never questioned me. She was my constant, my anchor. Then, when I was 17, something happened that I'll never be able to forget. It started with a nightmare, one that felt far too real. I don't remember every detail, but I remember enough. In the dream, I heard someone talking in the other room, their voice thick with distress, like they were trying to hold back tears. I didn't recognize the voice at first, but I felt a deep sense of urgency. I got out of bed and went into the living room to see what was going on. My mom was there, and for some reason, I immediately asked her about Zenith. I needed to see her, needed to make sure she was okay. My mom looked at me, her expression strangely calm, but there was something off about it. "You can't see Zenith. She's weeble-wobbling," my mom said, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't understand what she meant by that. I walked around the couch, and that's when I saw Zenith. She was sitting there, wobbling back and forth, her body jerking unnaturally as she tried to stay upright. Her face was twisted in a grimace, her lips stretched so wide that it looked painful. Her eyes were bugged out, as if they were about to pop out of her head. She was wheezing, a sound that sent a chill through me. The air around her felt heavy, and I felt the weight of something wrong, something deep in my gut that I couldn't explain. It was like the life was draining out of her, and I didn't know how to help. The nightmare was so vivid, so disturbing, that it woke me up in the middle of the night. I had no idea what had just happened, but I was deeply unsettled. I shook it off as just a bad dream, something my mind had conjured up while I slept. It didn't make sense, after all. It was just a nightmare. The next morning, I told my mom about the dream. She listened quietly, nodding in agreement that it was strange, but she didn't make much of it. I tried to forget about it, but the feeling lingered in the back of my mind. 2 weeks later, I woke up in the middle of the night, heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't explain why, but I had an overwhelming need to check on Zenith. She wasn't in her usual spot, curled up on the pillow next to mine, where she had always slept. I got up, my feet cold against the floor, and went searching for her. It was silent, almost too silent. I heard a soft commotion coming from my parents' bedroom. I approached the door quietly and stopped to listen. My mom was speaking in low, frantic tones to my dad. "Something's wrong with Zenith," my mom whispered, her voice strained. "I don't want to wake her up. It's bad, Dave. It's really bad." I stepped closer, my heart racing now, a sense of dread washing over me. I peeked through the small crack in the door. Zenith was on the floor by their bed, and what I saw made my blood run cold. She was wobbling, just like in my dream. Her tiny body was shaking violently, struggling to stay upright, but she couldn't. Her eyes were wide, frantic, and she was wheezing loudly, her breath coming in ragged gasps. It wasn't just a cough or a choke. It was something far worse. I could hear the sounds of her tiny claws tapping against the hardwood floor, the rhythmic noise making it sound like her body was shaking with terror. And then I saw it, her mouth. Her tongue was sticking out, and it was trembling, blood dripping from the corners of her lips. I saw the jagged edges where she had chewed through it, trying to stop whatever was happening inside her. I opened the door quickly, rushing to her side. My mom turned to me, her face pale with fear. "I didn't want you to see this," she whispered, but I was already on my knees beside Zenith, my hands shaking as I tried to comfort her. Zenith's little body felt so fragile in my arms, so limp, as she tried to lift her head to look at me. Her eyes were filled with confusion, fear, and pain. I could see the struggle in her, as if she was trying to fight against whatever was taking over her body. We rushed her to the vet that night, speeding through the dark streets, hoping we would get there in time. My heart was pounding in my chest the entire way there, and I couldn't stop thinking about that nightmare, about how eerily similar it was to what I was witnessing. At the clinic, the vet immediately started working on Zenith, checking her vitals and running tests. The waiting room felt like it was closing in on me, my breath shallow, my hands cold with sweat. Every second felt like an eternity. The vet finally came back with news that we weren't expecting. "Zenith's calcium levels are dangerously low," the vet said. "She's in the middle of severe seizures. We're going to need to give her calcium to stabilize her." I felt like I was going to fall apart. I had no idea that something as simple as a lack of calcium could cause so much damage. I stayed by Zenith's side the entire time, my hand gently resting on her tiny, trembling body as the vet worked to inject calcium into her heart. The worst part was watching her try to get up after the vet placed her on the floor to test if she could stand. She struggled, her legs weak, but there was this moment, this quiet, heartbreaking moment, when she turned her head and looked straight into my eyes. It wasn't just a glance. It felt like she was trying to say something, like she was trying to tell me that everything would be okay. "Let's go home now," her eyes seemed to say, and that look gave me the strength to hold it together. By the time we left the clinic, Zenith had stabilized. We went home that night, and within a few days, she started to show signs of improvement. Her tongue was chipped and torn, but she was alive. She was still my Zenith. I never spoke to my mom about the dream again. I couldn't, but the question lingered in my mind, unanswered. Was that nightmare a premonition? Or was it just a strange coincidence, a figment of my subconscious working overtime? I still don't know. But what I do know is that Zenith is my protector, my constant, and my friend. I can't imagine life without her. Zenith's recovery wasn't easy, but she fought through it. She's still with me, still by my side, just as she always has been. Her little body may have been frail, but her spirit is as strong as ever. And I'll never forget that night, the way she looked at me, the way I felt that something was terribly wrong, and how I knew deep down that I couldn't lose her. When I was around 10 years old, my best friend and I spent a lot of our summer days riding our bikes around our small town. We lived in a quiet neighborhood where everyone knew everyone, and it was the kind of place where you could ride your bike to the convenience store, grab a snack, and feel safe. That day, we decided to ride to the store to pick up a couple of candy bars and some chips. We didn't have much planned after that, just to ride around, talk, and enjoy the weather. We were used to seeing the same people at the store. The friendly cashier who worked the counter, the older couple that usually shopped for groceries in the mornings, and the other kids who lived around town. But this time was different. The moment we walked through the door, I noticed him. He wasn't someone I'd ever seen before, and that alone made me uneasy. He was standing near the aisles, looking around, but his gaze kept drifting towards us. At first, I thought maybe it was just my imagination. After all, it's easy to overthink things when you're a kid, but something about the way he looked at us felt off. His stare was intense, like he was sizing us up, and that made me feel uncomfortable. We tried to shake it off, not wanting to make the situation worse by being obvious. My friend and I grabbed our snacks and went to the counter to pay. I could feel his presence the whole time, even though he didn't approach us or say anything. His eyes were still locked on us from where he stood, a few steps away, just watching. I remember the strange feeling in my stomach, like I was being observed by someone who didn't belong in the store, like he had no reason to be there other than to watch us. When it was our turn to pay, the guy moved, and I noticed that he wasn't going to the other register or heading towards the exit. Instead, he came up behind us in line. I couldn't help but feel my heart rate pick up. There was something about the way he positioned himself so close to my best friend that set off every alarm in my head. He was almost breathing down her neck, just standing too close. My friend was shifting uncomfortably, clearly not enjoying how close he was. I could see it on her face, the same look I had, the one that said we both knew this wasn't right. He wasn't just standing too close. He was invading her personal space in a way that made the air feel thick and suffocating. Then I saw it. His hand moved ever so subtly, brushing along her back, almost like a caress, but it wasn't a gentle one. It was like he was trying to make contact with her, trying to touch her without her noticing too much. She froze. I could see the goosebumps forming on her skin. She had a stiff posture, her hands clutching her snacks tightly, like they could somehow protect her from what was happening. I didn't even think, I just reacted. I grabbed the candy bars and pushed them onto the counter, already trying to wrap up the interaction. The cashier must have noticed the sudden tension between us because she looked up from her register. I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't know if I should say something, call for help, or just get out of there as fast as possible. My best friend, looking pale and visibly shaken, quickly handed over the money, and we didn't wait for our change. We just grabbed the snacks and bolted for the door. We ran out of the store, nearly tripping over our bikes in the parking lot. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest, but I wasn't sure if it was from fear or the adrenaline of getting away. We threw our bikes down and jumped on, pedaling as fast as we could. I kept glancing over my shoulder, hoping to not see him follow, but I couldn't help it. I had to know if he was coming. My friend was pedaling just as fast, but she was quiet. I could tell she was just as freaked out as I was. We reached the end of the street, and that's when I heard it. The sound of a truck starting up behind us. The engine roared to life, and I turned just in time to see the guy's truck pulling out of the parking lot. He wasn't just leaving the store, he was following us. My heart skipped a beat, and I instantly began pedaling harder, urging my legs to go faster. The truck was still behind us, not too far off, but just close enough that I could see his headlights in my peripheral vision. It was like a bad dream unfolding in real time. We rode as fast as we could down the street, but I knew we needed to do something else. The road ahead was straight and open, and he could easily follow us all the way home. I didn't want to lead him to my house, so I made a snap decision. I veered to the left, cutting across the grassy edge of the neighborhood and heading toward the baseball field. My friend followed me without hesitation, even though she was probably just as scared as I was. We rode through the field, my bike bouncing over the uneven ground, my legs aching from the sprint. I glanced back one more time and saw the truck slow down, but it didn't stop. I didn't know if he was confused or if he thought we'd stopped, but for a split second, I thought we might actually get away. The field was big, and the fence at the far end was a perfect place to hide. We took a hard left, cutting through the edge of the field, and hoping he wouldn't be able to follow us. We pushed our bikes harder, weaving between the trees and across the open space. I didn't look back again. I was too focused on getting to the other side of the field, but I could hear the truck's engine revving again, closer than before. We had to get to the fence. Finally, we reached it. We skidded to a stop just before the wire, and my heart was still racing. I didn't hear the truck anymore. I didn't know if he'd seen where we went or if he'd turned around. We didn't stick around to find out. We crawled through the gap in the fence and back onto the main street, our bikes leaning against the post as we made our way quickly down the sidewalk. We didn't stop until we were well into the safer part of town, close to where the houses were denser and the streets were more lit. I didn't look back, and neither did my friend. I knew we were out of danger, but it still felt like something was lingering behind us. That guy's face, the way he'd followed us, the way he had touched her back, it all haunted me for the rest of the evening. The worst part of it all, though, was how we had been alone. It was just the two of us. No one else had been around to notice what was happening. It made me realize how vulnerable we had been, how easily things could have gone wrong. The guy could have caught up with us, could have forced us into that truck, could have done something we didn't want to think about. I didn't even know what his intentions were, but I didn't need to. The way he acted, the way he had been watching us, made me feel like he was planning something. When we got home, I remember feeling like I could finally breathe again. My parents had no idea where we'd been, but I didn't tell them everything. I just said we'd ridden to the store and had a nice time. I didn't think they'd understand, and part of me was too scared to relive the experience by talking about it. But deep down, I knew it had been close. I knew that we had barely escaped a dangerous situation. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched, that the man was still somewhere out there. I didn't go to sleep easily, my mind racing over every detail of the encounter. What if we hadn't taken that turn at the baseball field? What if he'd caught up with us? What would he have done then? Even now, years later, I still think about that day. The fear, the adrenaline, the way we'd barely escaped. It's a reminder to me how quickly something can go wrong, how easily things can take a turn for the worse. I'm just glad we made it out of there, and I hope that man never got the chance to do anything to anyone else. I've always been more cautious after that. It's a part of me now, something I'll never forget. It was the middle of July, a brutally hot Los Angeles afternoon, and I had the day off. I remember that part clearly because it felt rare and luxurious. One whole weekday where I didn't have to deal with bosses or customers or phones ringing off the hook. The air was sticky, the sidewalks seemed to shimmer under the heat, and the scent of asphalt and fast food clung to everything. I'd been meaning to visit this thrift store again, this odd little place tucked into some random block off Sunset. A friend had taken me there the week before, and I'd seen this old army jacket I liked. I didn't buy it at the time, but it had been on my mind ever since. So I set out around noon, figuring I'd enjoy the walk. I brought a bottle of water, threw on some cut-off shorts and a tank top, and laced up my sneakers. I remember passing a few familiar places, an old record shop with warped posters in the window, a dusty taqueria that always smelled amazing, a boarded-up tattoo parlor. The traffic was loud, the sun was relentless, and there were people everywhere, mostly on the opposite sidewalk, heading in the other direction. I guess everyone was trying to get out of the heat or into some shade, while I was moving right into the thick of it. After about 15 minutes of walking, I realized I couldn't quite remember where the store was. I thought I had the direction right, but the blocks started blending together. The heat made everything feel hazy, and I started second-guessing myself. I kept going for another block or two, scanning the buildings, looking for the blue awning I remembered, or the weird mannequin in the window with sunglasses and a feather boa. I even stopped at a corner and turned slowly in a circle, trying to spot anything familiar. And then I saw it, across the street, just a little ways ahead. It was wedged between two larger buildings, and the angle of the sun made it a bit hard to see, but I recognized the shape of the sign. Relief washed over me. I remember smiling, thinking how stupid I was for walking right past it. The only thing between me and the store was a narrow alleyway, barely more than a crack between two buildings. It was dark and narrow, even in the bright afternoon sun, just a slice of deep shadow cutting across the sidewalk. I didn't think much of it. It was broad daylight. There were people out. Sure, they were across the street or up ahead, but I wasn't alone. I kept walking, but as I approached that alley, something strange happened. My whole body broke out into a cold sweat, like a switch had flipped. 1 second I was fine, the next I was suddenly freezing, even though it had to be over 90 degrees outside. My skin prickled, my hands started shaking, and my heartbeat kicked into overdrive. I paused for just a second, confused. I remember lifting one hand to wipe sweat from my forehead, and it came away cold and clammy. My stomach clenched. It wasn't just nervousness. It was that full-body kind of fear, the kind that lives in your bones, the kind you can't rationalize away. I didn't hear anything, didn't see anything, but something inside me screamed to turn around. I kept walking for another few feet, like my legs hadn't caught up to my brain yet. I was almost at the mouth of the alley. I could see the thrift store clearly now, just past it. I had no reason, no logical reason, to be afraid. But it didn't matter. The feeling got worse with every step. My hands were trembling. My knees felt like they might give out. I wasn't even breathing right. And then I stopped dead. I didn't even make a conscious choice. I just turned and bolted, running back the way I came, back toward the traffic light I'd just crossed. My sneakers slapped the pavement hard. My breath came in sharp gasps. I didn't look back. I didn't even think. All I knew was that I had to get to the intersection. I didn't know why, but it felt like if I made it back to that light, I'd be safe. It was only about 10 yards away, but it felt like a mile. My pulse pounded in my ears, and my whole body was tight with panic. I wasn't thinking clearly. I wasn't even sure what I was running from, just that I had to move. I had to get away from that alley, from that shadow. When I reached the light, I stopped. My legs were shaking. I bent over slightly, trying to catch my breath, feeling stupid and embarrassed. I looked around. People were still walking by on the opposite sidewalk. A bus trundled by. No one was looking at me. Everything seemed normal. Too normal. I started to think I was being ridiculous, letting the heat or anxiety mess with my head. I even started chiding myself in my own mind. You're overreacting. You're being paranoid. Nothing happened. And then I felt someone step up next to me. He came out of nowhere. 1 second I was alone. The next there was a man standing beside me. I didn't even hear him approach. He was close, too close. I felt his presence before I actually turned to look. My skin crawled instantly. He was tall, maybe early 30s, with dark clothes and a baseball cap pulled low. I remember how still he was. No movement, no emotion. Just blank. I didn't see a weapon. I didn't smell alcohol. But something about him set off every alarm in my body all over again. He asked me what time it was. His voice was low, flat. Not aggressive, not loud. Just empty. I looked down. I don't know why. I was still shaking, still trying to calm myself down, and I guess I thought if I just answered, he'd leave me alone. I glanced at my wrist. That's when he lunged. It was so fast I barely registered it. His hand shot out and yanked the necklace right off my neck. This delicate gold chain I always wore, a gift from my mom. I felt it snap. Then his other hand grabbed my upper arm, hard. His fingers dug into my skin like a clamp. Something kicked in. I don't remember making a decision, but my body reacted on instinct. I'd taken some martial arts classes years before, just enough to know how to yell and strike. I twisted hard and punched out blindly. I think I caught his shoulder or maybe his jaw. Whatever it was enough. He let go of my arm. Not in pain, just like I wasn't worth the trouble anymore. His expression never changed. Not even when he turned and sprinted away. He ran straight back toward that alley. The same one I had refused to walk past. I stood there, stunned. My breath came in short, ragged bursts. My skin burned where he'd grabbed me. My necklace was gone. I was still trying to process what had just happened. The fear hadn't gone away. It had doubled, tripled, because I realized then that he'd been in that alley the whole time, hiding in the shadows, watching, waiting. He'd picked me. He must have seen me walking up the block alone. He'd probably been waiting for someone like me, some girl walking too close to the edge, someone distracted or lost. If I'd ignored that feeling, if I'd just kept walking, he would have grabbed me from the shadows. I wouldn't have even seen it coming. He chased me down in broad daylight. That thought hit me like a freight train. He waited for me to walk into that alley so he could do whatever he had planned, and when I ran, he didn't give up. He came after me. He was fast, calculated, cold. The look in his eyes, I can still remember it. No emotion, no anger, just nothing. Like I wasn't a person, just a target, something to use. I don't know how long I stood there, shaking. Cars passed. A man on a bike rolled by. No one noticed me. I must have looked crazy, sweaty, wide-eyed, breathing like I'd just run a marathon. And then a couple approached. They weren't young, maybe in their late 50s, maybe tourists. The woman looked at me and immediately paused. She must have seen something in my face. Without a word, she gently touched my elbow and steered me toward a nearby bus bench. I sat down. My legs gave out as soon as I did. I couldn't speak for a while. I just sat there, hands gripping the edge of the bench, trying to slow my breathing. The couple stayed nearby, not hovering, just present. I think they understood that something had happened. I don't even remember if I said thank you. Eventually I got up and walked home. I didn't go to the store. I didn't want the jacket anymore. That evening, the bruises started to show. Faint marks where his fingers had gripped my arm. My neck ached where the chain had snapped. I took a long shower, just standing under the water, trying to wash the feeling off me. But it stayed. The fear, the revulsion, the shame that I hadn't screamed sooner, hadn't run faster, hadn't done more. All of it lingered. I didn't report it. I should have, but I didn't. I didn't want to go through the questions, the disbelief, the explanations. I knew how it would go. What were you wearing? Why were you alone? Are you sure he meant harm? I just wanted to forget it, but I never could. The worst part wasn't the attack itself. It wasn't even the bruises. It was that moment, right before I turned around, when something deep inside me screamed to run. I hadn't seen him yet. I hadn't heard a sound, but my body knew, and I've never forgotten that feeling. That instinct, that pressure at the back of your neck that tells you something's wrong. People like to laugh it off. They say you're being paranoid or dramatic, but I don't. I tell everyone I know to listen to it, to trust it, to walk away, to run if they have to. That day taught me something I've never unlearned. Your body knows more than your brain sometimes. It picks up on things you can't articulate. And if you feel unsafe, even for no reason, that's enough. You don't owe the world your composure or politeness. You owe yourself your safety. I still walk past that block sometimes years later, but I never go down that side of the street. I always cross over early, stay far away from that alley. It's just a crack between two buildings. Nothing special. But to me, it'll always be the place I almost walked into and never walked out of. A couple of nights ago, my roommates and I were sitting around the kitchen table, chatting about random stuff, when someone brought up clowns. It wasn't the first time we discussed them, but something about the conversation took a turn. Maybe it was the late hour, or just the way the topic kept drifting toward creepy, unsettling places. Either way, we ended up pulling up a conspiracy video on YouTube about the whole creepy clown phenomenon. The video was a deep dive into strange sightings and some of the theories that had popped up over the years. It was all about people in creepy clown costumes showing up in random places, some acting suspicious, others causing real harm. There were stories of clowns being spotted in the woods, at night, or in places where they didn't belong, places like playgrounds or remote corners of small towns. We watched the whole thing, and by the end, I think we were all feeling pretty uneasy. The last thing anyone said was that the whole thing felt too real, too unsettling. I remember looking around at my roommates as we finished up the video. Everyone's faces a mix of disbelief and just a little bit of fear. It wasn't the kind of fear that was just about what we'd seen. It was the kind of fear that lingered, creeping into your thoughts. We all agreed to head to bed, but even as we said goodnight, I could tell none of us was really looking forward to the dark. The next morning, I was up early for work. I was rushing to get ready, so I didn't really think much about the night before. The apartment was quiet as I left, and I locked the door behind me. I wasn't too worried about leaving early. It wasn't like anyone was going to come over and mess with our stuff, right? I mean, it was a pretty chill neighborhood. The apartment complex was secure, and we had no reason to think anything would happen. But as the day went on, that feeling from the night before kept creeping up on me. There was something about it, the video, the eeriness of the clown stories, that just stayed with me. It wasn't until the afternoon that I got a text from one of my roommates, Sarah. It was simple, just asking, "Hey, did you come home early and lock the door?" I was confused for a second, then realized she hadn't locked the door when she left that morning. I quickly replied, "No, I wasn't even home yet." "Why?" A few minutes later, I got another text, this time from Emily, our third roommate. She was asking, "Did you take one of the dining chairs into your room? It was in the living room when I left, but now it's gone." I had no idea what she was talking about. None of us had moved the chair. I couldn't remember anyone touching it. I asked Sarah about it, and she didn't know either. I started to get that feeling again, the same one from the night before. The one where you can't quite shake the feeling that something is off, but you can't figure out why. I tried to push it down, telling myself it was nothing. But by the time I got home, I was on edge. I walked through the door, expecting everything to be the same, just like I left it. But something was different. As soon as I walked into my room, I noticed my blinds were open. I was sure I'd closed them before I left that morning, especially because they were broken. They always had a tendency to open on their own, but I had made sure they were fully shut before I went out. I stared at them for a second, feeling a chill creep up my spine. Had I forgotten? Had I left them open without realizing it? But no, I was certain I hadn't. I walked out of my room and into the living room, where Sarah and Emily were already sitting, looking equally confused. I asked if either of them had touched the blinds, but neither of them had. They said they hadn't been home at all, not even to check. At that moment, the tension in the room grew thick. It was as if a strange presence was hanging in the air, one we couldn't explain. We were all just staring at each other, our minds racing with possibilities. What was going on? Was it possible that someone had gotten in? Someone we didn't know? A stranger? I tried to laugh it off, but the nervousness in the air made everything feel more real than it should have. Then Sarah's face shifted, and she suddenly looked like she had remembered something important. "Wait," she said, her voice a little shaky. "Didn't you put in a maintenance request a few days ago for the blinds? Maybe they came in and fixed them while we were all gone today." It took me a second to process that, but then I remembered. I had put in the request. The maintenance guy had been supposed to fix the blinds, but I didn't think about it when I left that morning. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, but the relief was short-lived. It wasn't enough to shake off the lingering feeling that something else was wrong. Maybe it was just the video we watched, but I couldn't help but wonder if the timing was just too strange. Still, we tried to convince ourselves it was all fine. Just a simple maintenance fix. No big deal. We went looking for the missing chair next. I thought maybe one of us had just moved it to another room without realizing. But after a minute of searching, we found it in one of the bedrooms, pushed up against the wall. It didn't make any sense at first. None of us had put it there. But then I remembered. I had moved the chair there earlier that day, planning to take a picture of something for a project I was working on. I had completely forgotten about it in the chaos of everything else. It was a stupid thing to forget, but it made sense now. Everything was slowly starting to come together. Even though the chair and the blinds were explainable, there was still that feeling in the air. That feeling of something being slightly out of place. It wasn't just the blinds or the chair or even the maintenance guy coming in while we weren't home. It was the way the apartment had felt when we walked in. Like something had shifted. Something we couldn't see, but that was still there. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was all fine, but it was hard to ignore. As the night wore on, we all went to bed, but none of us slept well. Every little creak of the building, every shift of the wind outside, made us jump. I couldn't help but feel like someone was watching, even though I knew it was ridiculous. But the thoughts kept circling in my mind. What if the clown thing wasn't just a video? What if it wasn't just some strange coincidence? I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, but deep down, I knew the fear had a grip on me. The next morning, everything was quiet. The blinds were still in place, the chair was back in the living room where it belonged, and the apartment felt like it had before. Normal. But even then, I couldn't shake the unease. It wasn't something you could explain easily, and I didn't know how to put it into words. It felt like we had just barely missed something, like someone or something had been there, hiding, watching. In the end, we never figured out exactly what happened. Was it just the maintenance guy coming in while we were out? Was it some kind of strange coincidence? Maybe we just got too worked up from the video the night before. But for days after, I kept glancing over my shoulder, checking over my shoulder before walking into my room. The feeling of being watched didn't go away right away. It lingered for a while, even though nothing ever happened again. I never did fully relax after that. I guess that's how it goes when your mind starts to play tricks on you. All it takes is one creepy video, one off feeling, and your world shifts, even if it's just for a little while. And sometimes, no matter how much you try to explain things away, that feeling stays with you, even after everything seems to return to normal. I was 16 when my friends and I first moved into the apartment in that old building in Chicago. It was a place that felt like it belonged to another time, one of those buildings with creaky floors, crooked walls, and a kind of musty smell that you couldn't quite place but always seemed to hang in the air. The kind of place where you could feel history, the kind of place where you could almost hear whispers of the past, though you'd never guess that the old building had ties to someone like Al Capone. My friend's dad had bought the place and owned the entire building, but there were always rumors floating around that the basement had tunnels built by Capone's crew during Prohibition. I didn't believe it, though. I mean, why would I? It was just an old building, right? But the tunnels, his dad blocked them off. It was the kind of place that came with stories, and it had a way of feeling eerie at night. We had a place on the top floor, with the roof just above us. It became our spot to smoke cigarettes away from prying eyes. It wasn't like we were allowed to, but we didn't care. The attic was our only way up, and it didn't have any lights, so we'd just make do with whatever weak light our flip phones gave us. The walk up to the attic wasn't exactly smooth. The old wooden steps creaked under your weight, and the air always felt damp and musty. The ceiling was low, and we'd always be bent over trying to get through without hitting our heads. There were cobwebs all over the place, and some of the walls looked like they'd barely been touched in decades. Still, it was ours. We didn't mind it. The roof was the only place we could get some peace, away from everyone. One afternoon, Manny and I decided to head up to smoke, like we usually did. We'd been hanging around inside the apartment for a while, probably doing nothing important, just the usual teenage stuff, but we wanted to get away. I'd already been drinking a little, just enough to feel loose, and Manny was always up for anything, so we headed up to the roof. But before I followed Manny up the stairs, I had to piss. I wasn't about to pee in the alley or anything, so I stayed behind in the apartment for a few minutes to take care of it. It was just after I finished when something started to feel off. I can't really explain why at first, but the whole apartment felt different, quieter than usual. We'd lived in that building for a couple of months, so I'd gotten used to the sounds of the place. The creaks in the floorboards, the occasional groan of the pipes, and the sound of the wind rattling through the windows. But that afternoon, it felt like something was just wrong. I walked back out to the hallway, and that's when I saw it. There was a shadow moving near the end of the hallway, just past the stairs to the attic. It was a shape like a person, but I couldn't make out details. I thought it was Manny messing around. He liked to play pranks on me, and it was kind of a regular thing between us. So I called out, "Manny, I know it's you. Quit fucking around." I didn't stop walking. I was kind of annoyed, but I thought nothing of it. I started to follow the figure, thinking I could corner him and get back at him for scaring me. It wasn't even that big of a deal at first. I kept my eyes on the figure, my steps quickening as I went after it. I yelled again, "Stop playing, I know it's you." But the shadow didn't stop moving. It just kept going, leading me further down the hall. The figure was moving in a way that didn't quite feel right. It didn't have the usual signs of a person walking. It was too smooth, like it was gliding instead of stepping. I was starting to feel that creeping sensation, when your instincts tell you something is off, but you can't pinpoint what it is. I didn't stop, though. I was determined to catch Manny in the act of trying to scare me, so I kept following the shadow until it turned the corner at the end of the hall. That's when I heard Manny's voice. What? It came from downstairs, and it was so clear, so real. Manny's voice. Not the one up in front of me, but from the other side of the building. I froze. My heart dropped into my stomach. I couldn't move for a second. My mind was racing. There was no way that could be right. I had just heard him in front of me, following this shadow. I had been chasing it. I was sure of it. I had felt like I was following him, but now I was hearing his voice downstairs, where I had just come from. Without thinking, I turned around and ran back down the hall, down the stairs, and into the apartment. I couldn't even process what was happening. My legs were shaking, and I felt like I couldn't catch my breath. I ran straight to the living room, and there he was, sitting with his girlfriend, talking like nothing was wrong. He looked up at me, confused. "Dude, what's up?" he asked. I could barely get the words out. You were just up there." I followed you." I didn't know what to say. I felt dizzy. My mind was struggling to make sense of what had just happened. "Are you okay?" he asked again, looking at me like I was crazy. I didn't even want to go back upstairs after that. I didn't want to go anywhere near the attic or the roof. The idea of going back up there, after what I'd just seen, felt impossible. I didn't care if we'd smoked up there 100 times. I didn't want to go back. Manny shrugged it off, went back to talking to his girlfriend, and I just stood there, staring at him, feeling the fear I couldn't explain. The shadow, the way it moved, the voice, I knew I wasn't just imagining it. People tried to tell me that it was probably just my own shadow or that it was nothing, but I know what I saw. I had my Motorola flip phone in front of me the whole time, and that wasn't casting any shadow that would have looked like the figure I followed. It wasn't my shadow. It wasn't me. I followed something, and I don't know what it was. Later, when I went back to the attic, I felt it again, like someone was watching me. I couldn't shake it. I tried to convince myself it was just the place, the way it creaked, the way the darkness felt heavy. But I knew it wasn't just that. The whole building felt different after that. Like there was something else in the air, something I couldn't explain. I never told anyone about it. Not the way I saw that shadow, not the voice I heard. People didn't understand, and I didn't want to sound crazy. Manny probably still thinks I was just spooked for no reason. But I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. That shadow wasn't mine, and it wasn't his. Whatever it wasn't something I ever want to follow again. After that, we stopped going up to the roof. We found other places to hang out. No one ever talked about the tunnels again. We were too busy with life, growing up, and dealing with whatever else was going on. But I never forgot that feeling. The feeling that something was just waiting in the corners, just out of sight. I can't say for sure what it was. Maybe it was something I'll never understand. But it was real. And I know others felt it too. That place had a history. I don't know if it was the building itself or something else, but whatever it was, it never left me. When I was a kid, Wednesdays were always a strange day in our house. My little brother, Danny, would spend every Wednesday after school with his granddad, who I never really got close to. We had different dads, so my brother's relationship with his granddad was something I never fully understood. I wasn't exactly close with him either. We'd always drop Danny off at his granddad's on the way home, then head back to our own house. It was just a normal thing, I guess part of our routine. One Wednesday, though, something happened that I can never forget. It was just me, my little brother, and our stepdad in the car that day. We'd arrived at the house, parked in front of it like we usually did. I could see that Danny's granddad's car wasn't in the driveway, but it didn't seem too unusual. Sometimes he'd go out for a walk or something, but we still needed to drop Danny off. My stepdad knocked on the front door like usual. No answer. That's when things started to get off. Usually, we'd go around the back since the back door was always left open for the dog. But when we went around, it wasn't open. It was shut, but it wasn't locked either, so my stepdad tried the door. The handle turned easily, and the door creaked open. The moment we stepped in, something felt wrong. I don't know how to explain it, but it just wasn't right. It's one of those things you can't put into words, but you feel it deep in your gut. I stayed close to my brother and stepdad as they moved into the yard. They were looking around the garden area, which was a little lower than the rest of the yard, probably because of some uneven terrain. I remember thinking I'd stay inside and check things out, feeling the need to see if Danny was just napping or maybe watching TV in the living room. I stepped into the house quietly, calling for him. "Danny, you here?" The house was eerily silent. The lights were off in the hallways and the living room, which was unusual. His granddad was usually a fan of having the lights on, even during the day. I didn't make much of it at the time, though. I figured maybe Danny was just in a lazy mood, or maybe he had his granddad over, or was taking a nap. I walked upstairs to check. The quiet felt like it was pressing down on me with every step I took. I checked all 3 bedrooms, but they were all empty. I knocked on each bathroom door, too, just to make sure, but no one answered. I opened the doors, but no one was there either. I felt a strange sense of unease creeping up on me as I descended the stairs. As I made my way to the living room, I noticed the TV was on, but all that was showing was static. The light from the screen flickered, casting long shadows across the room. That's when I saw him. I don't even know how to describe it. He was sitting in a chair, his head tilted back as if he had fallen asleep there. But it didn't look right. His eyes were closed, but something about the way his head was hanging made it look wrong. It was like he wasn't resting. I froze for a second, unsure what to make of it. I could feel my heart rate pick up, but I tried to shake it off. Maybe he'd just been drinking or something. But then I noticed the flies. The flies. There were a lot of them, buzzing around his face, around his mouth, and around his tongue. His tongue was swollen, hanging out of his mouth in a way that made me instantly nauseous. I didn't even think. I just took a step back and turned, bolting out of the house. My legs felt like lead as I ran, and my chest was tight, my breath shallow and panicked. I remember screaming, "I found him! I found him!" over and over as I ran through the yard and towards the driveway. I don't remember how I got outside so quickly, but I do remember my stepdad and Danny's dad coming over to me. They looked confused, asking me what was going on. "What did you find?" My stepdad's face was pale as he looked at me. "He's in there," I screamed, pointing toward the house, my voice breaking. My stepdad didn't waste any time. He went straight into the house, and I could hear him calling for Danny's granddad. A few minutes later, he came back out, his face twisted in horror. The police arrived not long after. I didn't see much of what happened next. My stepdad took us back to the car, but we couldn't leave. We had to sit there, waiting while the authorities processed everything. I remember looking at the house, wondering what had happened. Why was Danny's granddad like that? Why hadn't we noticed anything off before? It was a long time before my stepdad came back to the car. He had a blanket in his hands, and he wrapped it around us, shielding us from the scene unfolding inside. He didn't want us to see what was happening. I didn't understand why at first, but looking back, I know he didn't want us to witness the aftermath of what had happened to Danny's granddad. The police were inside for what felt like hours, and it wasn't until later that I realized they had to bring his body out in an ambulance. The smell of rotting flesh lingered in my mind for days after. That sweet, sickly smell. It made me feel like I couldn't breathe. Even now, the faintest whiff of that odor can send me into a panic attack. Every time it happens, I remember that moment, standing in the yard, unable to escape the horror of what I had seen. I can still see the image of his lifeless body in that chair, his tongue hanging out, the flies buzzing around him like they were waiting for something to happen. Danny's dad was a mess after that. He couldn't get over the fact that I had been the one to find him. I don't think he ever truly forgave himself for not being there when it happened. He was a wreck, staying up late, pacing the house, terrified that the same thing might happen to him. He started sleeping with a nightlight on, and even then, I could tell he didn't rest easy. He became obsessed with the idea that he might die in his sleep, the same way his dad had. He never talked about it openly, but I could see it in the way he would freeze up at night, staring at the shadows on the walls. As for my little brother, Danny, I think he blocked it all out. He was too young to fully understand what had happened, but I could tell that he was changed. He didn't talk about it, didn't ask questions. He just went quiet, and that silence was something I couldn't shake. He had to grow up too fast that day. I wonder if it ever really sunk in for him, what had happened. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever know. There was another time when things got a little crazy. I was 13 at the time, visiting my dad's house for the weekend. He wasn't the safest guy to be around, but at least he was my dad. It was supposed to be a normal weekend. My stepbrother and his wife were staying there too. But things got tense when we found out that my dad had pissed off some guys. Mechanics from a rival bike gang had been making threats, and they were waiting outside the house in a van. We had to stay hidden inside the house for days. I remember huddling in a corner with my stepbrother and his wife, the blinds pulled tight, trying not to make a sound. I had never been more terrified in my life. My dad had made some bad decisions in the past, but this was different. These weren't just guys who were angry. They were dangerous. They wanted to send a message, and we were the ones caught in the middle of it. I can still remember the feeling of being trapped, not knowing when it would end. The sound of the van idling outside, the door handle rattling, every little noise making my heart race. We stayed inside for what felt like forever, unable to leave, unable to go anywhere. It was a week before we were able to finally leave, and even then, I wasn't sure if we were safe. After everything that happened with Danny's granddad, it was hard to feel safe anywhere. That fear, that sense of something lurking just beyond the corner, stayed with me for a long time. I don't know how my brother's dad ever managed to live with that constant fear, but I knew one thing for sure. We were all scarred by what had happened. What I found that day, the horror of it all, would stay with me forever. We never talked much after that. I think we all knew it was something we couldn't really understand or fix, but we had to live with it. There wasn't much else we could do. The years went on, and life went back to normal, but that day and that smell is something I can never forget. When I think back on my childhood, there are a lot of random memories that stick out. Some are good, some are silly, and some are, well, just strange. But if I had to pick one experience that always creeps me out when I remember it, it happened during one of my visits to my grandparents' house. It's kind of funny when I think about it now, but as a kid, I didn't really see the oddness of what was going on. I mean, at the time, it just felt like any other day. I'd run around exploring the neighborhood like any curious kid, no real boundaries or concerns. My grandparents' place was in a small, older neighborhood where every yard seemed like it just bled into the next. There were no fences, no walls, no clear divisions between properties. It felt like you could walk from one house to another without even realizing you'd crossed a line. The whole neighborhood had this kind of open, free vibe to it. The houses were scattered across a hilly terrain, with the forest at the back of most of the yards. And I mean, the forest was thick, old trees, wild undergrowth, the kind of woods that felt untouched and mysterious. It was perfect for a kid like me who loved to wander. I'd go through every backyard, poking around, looking for something interesting. Some yards were empty, just grass and maybe an old shed or a tree swing. Some had kids I'd hang out with, but none of them had fences, so it felt like the whole place was my playground. And my grandpa's house? It was just one of many, tucked among the rest, and it was far enough in that I could spend hours roaming without seeing anyone else. One particular afternoon, I found myself a little further from my grandpa's house than usual. The sun was still up, but starting to dip lower, casting that golden light that seemed to make everything look a little more magical. I'd been walking for a while, just aimlessly, letting my feet take me wherever. And that's when I saw it. It was a tent. Now, at the time, it didn't seem all that weird. I mean, tents were a common sight in this neighborhood, especially with the way people here like to camp or have backyard gatherings. But the thing about this one was that it was all alone. No people, no campfire, no sign of anyone having set it up for a reason. It was just sitting there, nestled in the middle of this big patch of empty land that separated the backyards from the woods. It was way too far from any house to be anyone's backyard tent. I stopped in my tracks, staring at it. It was an old, faded green tent, the kind that looked like it had been around for a while. Nothing fancy, just a simple two-person tent. My curiosity kicked in, of course. As a kid, I didn't hesitate much before acting on that impulse. I'd never really thought about trespassing, or the idea that something might be off about it. I just wanted to see what was inside. So, I walked over to it quietly, as if I had any reason to be cautious. I remember my steps on the grass, soft and muffled, like the world was holding its breath for a second. The closer I got, the more it felt like the air around the tent was different, like there was a strange stillness hanging over it. But I didn't let that stop me. I reached the tent and knelt down, peering inside. The first thing I noticed when I opened the flap was the smell. It was musty stale, almost like old paper and sweat. Not the kind of scent you'd expect from a fresh campsite or anything like that. But the second thing that hit me was the sight. The inside of the tent was strange. It was unlike any tent I'd seen before. The ground was covered with magazines, lots of magazines. They were scattered everywhere, some piled up in the corners, others thrown haphazardly across the floor. The thing that stood out the most, though, was the pictures. There were Polaroids taped up to the walls of the tent. Some were stacked on top of each other, others crooked, as though someone had been in a hurry to put them up. I couldn't make out all the details, but it was clear what they were about. The Polaroids were full of adult content, images that a kid like me definitely wasn't supposed to see. The magazines were similar, pages torn out and left around like they didn't matter. I didn't fully understand what I was looking at, not in any meaningful way, but I knew it was something that made me feel uncomfortable, even if I couldn't explain why at the time. In the corner of the tent, there was a sleeping bag, bunched up and thrown carelessly. For some reason, that part stuck with me more than anything else. It was just wrong. The way everything was left, so carelessly, it felt like it had been abandoned in a rush. But who would leave something like this out here, all alone? I stood there for a few seconds longer, feeling more and more uneasy. I think I started to realize deep down that something wasn't right. But at the same time, I was too young to fully grasp it. I didn't feel afraid per se, but there was a strange sense of discomfort, like I'd stepped into a space where I wasn't supposed to be. I didn't stay long. I remember glancing back at the way I'd come, half expecting someone to show up and ask what I was doing there. I didn't even think to look around, to see if anyone was nearby or watching. I just turned and walked away, heading back toward my grandpa's house, trying to shake the weird feeling in my stomach. I don't know why I didn't tell anyone about it. Maybe I thought I was overreacting, or maybe I didn't want to sound strange. But I knew something about that tent didn't sit right with me, and I kept my mouth shut about it. A few days later, I mentioned it to one of the older kids in the neighborhood, asking if they knew anything about the tent. They just shrugged it off, said they'd seen it too, but that it wasn't a big deal. Apparently, it had been there for a while, just sitting there like it belonged. That didn't make sense to me. It felt like it was meant to be hidden, a secret tucked away in the middle of nowhere. But nobody else seemed to care, and I left it at that. Looking back, though, I can't help but feel disturbed by the whole thing. I mean, that was someone's private space, right? Their little secret hideaway in the middle of a neighborhood. A place where they could do whatever they wanted without anyone asking questions. But the more I think about it, the more I wonder if that person was ever aware of me. That little kid who just waltzed into their personal world without a care. It makes my skin crawl to think about it now. The strangest thing about it all is how normal it seemed at the time. It wasn't until years later, when I started to understand what I had stumbled upon, that it really hit me how wrong everything about that tent had been. It was one of those moments you don't understand as a kid, but the weight of it becomes clearer as you get older. I never went back to that spot, and I don't think anyone else did either. Eventually, the tent disappeared, though I'm not sure who took it down or why. Maybe someone else in the neighborhood noticed it too, and they got rid of it. But I never asked, and I never went back to see if anything else had been left behind. I guess some things are better left alone. To this day, I still can't shake that image of the tent. How it looked so out of place, like a tiny pocket of something sinister hidden right under everyone's noses. And while I may never know the full story behind that tent or who was behind it, one thing is for sure. It's a memory that stayed with me. A memory of something that didn't belong, tucked away in the shadows of an innocent childhood summer. It was the fall of my 8th grade year, a few days before Halloween, when something strange happened to me and my 3 friends. It wasn't like anything I'd ever experienced before, and to this day, it still makes my heart race when I think about it. It wasn't a ghost, and it sure as hell wasn't some kind of prank. It was something far worse. I remember that night so clearly, like it was yesterday. The cold air, the full moon hanging high in the sky, the sound of our footsteps echoing on the pavement. It was around 10 o'clock or 10:30 p.m. My friends and I had just picked up pizza from this local place we used to go to after school. The kind of place that was a bit rundown, but had the best slices in town. We had stuffed ourselves with greasy pizza, and now we were headed back to my house, walking along the streets that always felt a bit deserted at night. We had the option of walking straight home, but we decided to take the long way around through the high school parking lot, just because my house was on the other side. The high school, back then, wasn't like it is now. It wasn't lit up like it is now, and the parking lots were mostly empty. There were only a few streetlights around the area, so it was pretty dark. The wind was picking up, and everything felt still, like the whole neighborhood was holding its breath. I could feel the tension in the air, like something was about to happen. I remember walking alongside my 3 friends, Ramirio, Joe, and Jason. We were talking about dumb stuff, like what we were going to do for Halloween, and which horror movies we thought were the scariest. Then, just out of nowhere, Ramirio stops in his tracks, looks up at the sky, and says something I'll never forget. "What the fuck is that in the sky?" His voice was sharp, and there was this weird sense of urgency in it. We all turned to look, but at first, we didn't see anything. Just the dark sky, the moon hanging above, casting everything in this eerie silver light. But then, right above us, there it was. This bright light. Not a plane, not a star. It was a ball of light, glowing so intensely that it hurt to look at it directly. It wasn't like any light I had ever seen before. It wasn't moving in any natural way, and it seemed almost too perfect, too clean. It didn't flicker or shift like a light bulb, and it wasn't flashing like a plane's beacon. It was just there, suspended in the sky, glowing bright and steady, casting a strange glow over everything. I couldn't tell how big it was, but it was clearly huge. I don't know how far away it was, but it felt like it was right above us, close enough that if I reached out, I might be able to touch it. We all stared at it for what felt like a long time, but in reality, it was probably just a few seconds. And then Ramirio was gone. One moment, he was standing there, looking up at the sky, and the next, he was booking it, running full speed up the hill, heading straight for my house. I had no idea what had gotten into him. He wasn't normally the type to freak out like that, but whatever he saw in that sky had completely freaked him out. The rest of us, not knowing what to do, just stood there for a second, unsure if we should follow him or not. But as soon as I looked back up at the light, I knew we needed to move. My heart started racing, and my instincts kicked in. I looked at Joe and Jason, and without saying a word, we all turned and started running too. It wasn't like we were scared of being left alone in the dark. It wasn't like we were scared of the light itself. But something in that moment told me we had to go. We didn't question it. We just ran. The hill that led to my house felt like it was miles long that night. My legs burned as I pushed myself harder, faster, but it didn't feel like I was getting any closer to the house. The cool air filled my lungs, and I felt like I couldn't get enough of it. But the pressure in my chest kept building. My feet slapped against the pavement, and all I could hear was the sound of my friend's footsteps behind me, each of us trying to outrun whatever it was we just saw. We finally reached my house, and as we sprinted up the driveway, I saw Ramirio sitting on the porch, breathing heavily, his face pale. He had beaten us there by a good few minutes. I didn't even stop to ask him what had happened. I just unlocked the door, and we all rushed inside, slamming the door behind us. The house was quiet. Too quiet. The lights were off, and everything felt wrong. I don't know how to explain it, but something about being in the house after seeing that light didn't sit right with me. I could feel a cold chill in the air, and I could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on us. We all just stood there for a moment, gathering ourselves. Then, we looked down the hallway. From where we were standing, you could see my room down the hall. It was just a short, narrow hallway, and right in front of my room was the door to the basement, a place we rarely went unless we absolutely had to. But that night, something made me look down the hall, and when I did, I froze. There were eyes, glowing eyes. They were bright, just like the light in the sky, but these were coming from the darkened doorway of my room. They were huge. I couldn't make out the shape of whatever was behind the eyes, but there was something deeply unsettling about them. They weren't like the reflection of light off an animal's eyes. They were too bright, too steady, and there were too many of them. I don't know how long we stood there, staring, but the next thing I knew, all of us had turned and bolted out the door, not caring about anything else. We ran down the street to Joe's house, not saying a word to each other, just running as fast as we could. We didn't stop until we got to Joe's place. We spent the rest of the night there, too scared to go back to my house, too freaked out to talk about what we saw. None of us had any idea what we had just experienced, but we knew it wasn't normal. It wasn't something we could explain away. The weeks that followed were weird. Every time I walked home from Joe's house, I kept seeing the same light in the sky. It wasn't the same exact light, but it was the same kind of glow, bright, steady, far away, but still somehow close. It happened a few more times, and each time, my heart would skip a beat, and I'd feel a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. Was it aliens? I don't know. I don't want to say it was. Maybe it was something else, something we're not meant to understand, something that shouldn't have been there. But whatever it was, it's something I'll never forget. That night, the strange light in the sky, and those glowing eyes, it's burned into my memory. Even now, when I look up at the stars or see a light in the sky, I can't help but think back to that night, back to that moment. And I can't help but wonder if we were just a little too close to something that wasn't meant for us. I still don't know what we saw, and I don't think I'll ever have an answer. But I know this for sure. It was real. It happened. And whatever it was, it stuck with me. I'd been hunting the same stand for years, but this time it felt different. The woods were always my place of comfort, the place I went to clear my head and get away from the noise of the world. This was eastern Texas, and the area I was hunting was dense bottomland swamp. It hadn't been logged in probably 70 or 80 years, so the trees were thick, towering giants. Half the year, this place was more swamp than forest, but in early fall, it was just right for hunting. Most people didn't bother with it. It was too thick, too wild. But I knew these woods, knew every inch of it. That morning, I woke up at 4:30, packed my gear into the four-wheeler, and made my way out. The sun wasn't up yet, but the forest was already awake. The usual chirps and rustling sounds from the squirrels and birds filled the air. It was early enough to still be dark, but you could feel the land waking up. It was always like this when I hunted out here. As I rode my wheeler down the long dirt trail leading to my stand, I felt a sense of peace. The deep woods and swamp made it feel like you were in a completely different world, far from civilization. I parked my four-wheeler a good distance away from the stand, as I always did. It was a good couple of 100 yards to walk, but I didn't mind. The walk was part of the ritual. The air was cool with a light breeze, and the woods seemed alive, even if it was still dark. But something felt off. Usually, the woods were alive with the sounds of nature. The squirrels darting through the leaves, the birds calling to each other, the rustling of the underbrush. But today it was dead silent. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I had the distinct sensation of being watched, like there was something out there in the woods that was paying close attention to me. I tried to brush it off. It was probably just my imagination. I had hunted this land for years, and there had never been any reason to fear it. But the silence, it was unnerving. The woods never felt this quiet unless something had just happened, like a gunshot echoing through the trees, scattering the wildlife. But no, there had been no shots. I made my way to the stand, pushing through the underbrush with the help of my machete. The stand was a simple structure, a wooden box on stilts. It sat high enough above the ground that it wouldn't get flooded when the river swelled in the wetter months. As I climbed up the ladder and got into the stand, I sat down and settled in. It was just me and the trees now. The weird thing about hunting in the woods like this was that you often didn't see the animals right away. Most of the time, you could hear them long before you saw them. So I pulled out my book, and while I wasn't expecting much to happen right away, I just relaxed and tried to enjoy the peace of the woods. But that peace never came. It was quiet, unnervingly so. The wind rustled the leaves above, but there was no chatter of squirrels, no bird calls, not even the usual hum of insects buzzing through the trees. Nothing. I glanced around the clearing, trying to shake off the eerie feeling that was creeping up on me. Still, there was no noise. Not even the distant howls of coyotes in the distance. It was just dead still. Hours passed like this. I sat there reading, my eyes flicking back to the woods every now and then, but no movement. Not a single deer or hog wandered into the clearing, which was strange. This area was usually full of game. The silence, the stillness, it was all too much. I tried to ignore the gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach, but it wasn't easy. I kept waiting, hoping that maybe something would come through, but the sun started to sink lower in the sky, and I realized it was getting late. By the time the sun had disappeared completely behind the horizon, I decided to pack up. I was frustrated. Not a single deer, not a hog, nothing. It wasn't like this. It wasn't normal. I climbed down from the stand and started walking back toward my wheeler. The woods, which had been eerily silent all day, were now even quieter. The day critters were all going to sleep, and the night critters weren't fully awake yet. It was that in-between time, that strange, quiet limbo, when everything in the forest seemed to hold its breath. But this was something else entirely. It was too quiet. It felt like the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. As I walked down the trail, I kept glancing over my shoulder, that unsettling feeling of being watched pressing in on me. I couldn't explain it. It was just that gut instinct, the one that tells you when something's wrong. I quickened my pace, moving as fast as I could without running. The trail twisted, and the trees seemed to loom closer as the dark crept in. The low growls of distant animals echoed faintly through the woods, but they didn't bring comfort. I felt like I was being stalked. Every little rustle in the leaves made me jump, but when I turned, there was nothing there. Not a single animal. It was still, but it was wrong. I shouldn't have been scared. This was a place I knew like the back of my hand. I'd spent my childhood in these woods. But that evening, I felt something else. Something primal. I reached the wheeler, hopped on, and started the engine, relieved to have something moving underneath me. The motor hummed, and for a moment, I felt better. The woods were behind me, and I was almost back to the safety of my truck. That night, I tried to shake the feeling of unease. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't get it out of my head. I didn't sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I could almost hear the silence of the woods again. I tried to push it out of my mind. The next morning, I decided to head back to the stand. Maybe it was just a fluke. I'd been out there hundreds of times before, and I hadn't had any issues. But something about last night had stuck with me. Something wasn't right. I parked the wheeler again and made the same trek through the woods. As I neared the clearing, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Fresh tracks running down the side of the trail. Large ones, big paws. I crouched down and examined them closely. Mountain lion tracks. I felt a chill run down my spine. This was not a good sign. I had never seen mountain lion tracks in this area before. It was unusual. The ridges to the north were where mountain lions were typically found, not down in this bottomland. But the drought that year had forced the deer and other prey down to the lowlands. Maybe that's why the lion was here. It was desperate. No fawns, no easy prey. The tracks were clear, and they were fresh. The lion had been out here. I didn't know how close it had been, but I knew it was stalking me the night before. That realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I had been followed. I had been watched. The silence had been the mountain lion moving through the trees, keeping a careful distance. It had known where I was. It had been waiting, maybe waiting for me to make a mistake. I couldn't help but feel lucky. Had I stayed in the stand just a little longer, or walked back just a little slower, I could have had a very different experience. The mountain lion was an apex predator. It didn't need to hunt like a pack of wolves or a pack of coyotes. It was a solitary hunter, and it could have easily taken me down without anyone knowing until it was too late. I took one last look at the tracks before I turned around and headed back. The woods felt different now. The familiar sense of peace I used to feel had been replaced with something darker, more dangerous. I didn't feel safe anymore, and it wasn't just because of the lion. The silence in the woods had changed me. It had made me realize how fragile my place in these woods really was. As I made my way back to the wheeler, I couldn't shake the feeling that the lion was still out there, watching, waiting. I had survived one encounter, but I wasn't sure how lucky I'd be next time. I didn't go back to that stand again. Not after that. The tracks remained in my mind, a haunting reminder of how quickly things can go from calm to dangerous in the woods. The wilderness doesn't care about you. It doesn't care how well you know it. It's always there, and sometimes you're just a little too close to being its prey. Back when I was in high school, my friends and I used to sneak out of our houses at night and head down into the city. It was always an adventure. Get into some shenanigans, do things we weren't supposed to, then drive back home before our parents woke up for work. Looking back, there's a lot of stories I could tell, but there's one that stands out more than the others. One that still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. It was around 3:30 or 4 in the morning. The city streets were deserted. The kind of quiet that feels unnatural, especially in a place like that. We were cruising down Broad Street, heading toward City Hall. It was one of those crisp nights where you could almost feel the tension in the air. Cold, but not freezing. A light fog had started rolling in, covering the street lamps and making the city feel like it was sinking into some kind of eerie silence. It was one of those moments where, even though everything looked normal, you couldn't shake the feeling that something was just off. We were all in the car, me, my friend Mark, and Jason, just cruising with no particular destination, laughing about whatever silly thing had happened earlier that night. We weren't in any rush. You know how it is when you're young, when time doesn't matter, and you're just trying to make the most of it. The hum of the engine and the occasional chatter between us were the only sounds in the car. The streets were empty, no cars, no people, just us and the occasional flicker of a streetlight. As we neared City Hall, we had to stop at a red light. The glow from the light barely cut through the fog. It wasn't too bright, but enough to make the shadows stretch long across the street, adding to the already strange atmosphere. We sat there for a minute, the car idling, just taking in the surroundings. The air felt heavy, almost like it was pressing down on us. That's when I saw him. He was in a parking lot just off to the side of the street. The lot was mostly empty, except for a few scattered cars that looked like they hadn't been moved in a while. There was this man standing there, alone. It wasn't just the fact that he was out there in the middle of the night that caught my attention. It was the way he looked. The guy was probably in his late 70s or early 80s, frail and hunched over. His clothes were out of place too. He was wearing a hospital gown, the kind that ties in the back. It looked like it was faded and wrinkled, like he had been wearing it for a long time. I could see the gown blowing slightly in the wind, but it didn't seem to faze him. He was just standing there, staring off into nothing. It wasn't like he was waiting for something or anyone. He was just standing there, lost in his own world. I don't know why, but something about him made my stomach twist. He looked so out of place. You don't expect to see an elderly man in a hospital gown wandering around at 3 in the morning in a parking lot, especially in the middle of a city like that. "Hey, is that guy okay?" Jason asked, breaking the silence in the car. I turned to look at him, and I could see the same unease on his face. "I don't know, man. Maybe we should ask if he needs help." We rolled the windows down, and Mark called out, "Hey, you need any help?" The man didn't move. At first, I thought he didn't hear us, but then he slowly turned his head to face us. His eyes were wide open, but they weren't focused on anything. His pupils were so dilated they looked almost black. His stare was vacant, empty, like there was no one home behind those eyes. The way he turned to us was slow, deliberate, and it felt like it took too long. I couldn't explain it at the time, but that look in his eyes, that emptiness, it chilled me. I remember feeling like I wasn't looking at a person anymore. It was like I was looking at something that had lost all sense of self, something that didn't belong in the world. He didn't say anything. He didn't even blink. He just stood there, staring. I don't think any of us knew what to do in that moment. It wasn't just the weirdness of the situation. It was the silence, the fact that he was out there alone at that hour, and the way he looked at us. It felt wrong. "Should we call someone?" Mark asked, his voice shaky. "I don't know," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Maybe he's just lost. Or confused. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I felt. No one should be out there like that. It was dangerous. Who was he? Where had he come from? The fact that he hadn't said a word was disturbing. It wasn't like he was asking for help or trying to get anyone's attention. He was just there, and that was it. After what felt like forever, he slowly turned his head back to face the parking lot. His gaze wasn't directed at anything in particular, just empty, staring into the darkness. I don't know why, but I felt an overwhelming urge to leave. We needed to get out of there. It was like the air had changed around us, and I couldn't breathe properly anymore. The car seemed too small, too close. It was like we were trapped in that moment, and the only way out was to leave him behind. Jason must have felt the same way because without saying another word, he hit the gas, and we sped off down Broad Street. My heart was racing. We didn't speak for the first few minutes after we left the parking lot. We just drove, all of us thinking the same thing, but none of us wanting to say it out loud. That stare, it stayed with me. It haunted me. The look in his eyes was something I couldn't shake. It wasn't fear. It was something worse. It was like he was already gone. Whatever was left of him, whatever made him human, wasn't there anymore. Just a body, wandering aimlessly. The rest of the drive back to our town was a blur. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that old man standing there in the middle of the road, staring at us as we drove away. But of course, nothing was there. The fog was thick now, and the streets were just as empty as when we had left them. We didn't talk much the rest of the way. I think we all knew there was nothing to say. No explanation would make it okay. The whole thing felt wrong. It wasn't until later, when I was home and lying in bed, that it really hit me. What if he wasn't lost? What if he was exactly where he was supposed to be? What if he had wandered out of that hospital on purpose? Maybe he was in the middle of something he couldn't control, something that we couldn't understand. Maybe that's why he looked so gone. I don't know. I don't even know if it matters. All I know is that night stuck with me. It's one of those moments that you just can't forget. It's burned into my memory, and every time I think about it, I feel that same unease. Like I'm missing something. Like there's more to that story than we'll ever know. And to this day, whenever I pass by that parking lot on Broad Street, I can't help but glance over. The same feeling creeps up on me every time. The fog rolling in, the emptiness of the streets, and the memory of that man just standing there, looking at us with those dead eyes. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, wandering lost or maybe waiting. I remember it like it was yesterday, though it happened about 5 years ago. There was this one number that kept calling me. At first, I just ignored it. Unknown numbers, right? That's the first rule. Never pick up if you don't recognize the number. But after a few days of missed calls from the same number, it started to bug me. I didn't think much of it at the time. People get the wrong number all the time, right? Maybe it was a mistake or someone who had dialed me by accident. One evening, though, the phone rang again. I'd just gotten home from work and had kicked back on the couch with a beer. I was half watching TV, half distracted by scrolling through social media. The phone rang again, and without even thinking, I picked it up. "Hello," I said, expecting it to be a telemarketer or some automated message. But instead, I heard a woman's voice, soft, shaky, almost like she was going to cry. "Who is this?" she asked. Her voice was barely above a whisper, like she was trying to keep it together. For a split second, I was caught off guard. Who the hell was this? Why didn't she just tell me who she was? I mean, that's what most people do, right? But I wasn't stupid. I wasn't about to give out my name to some stranger calling me from an unknown number. I was already on edge, so I responded, trying to keep things casual but firm. "Who are you?" I asked, a little annoyed but mostly confused. "You called me." She didn't answer right away. Instead, I could hear her breathing in short gasps, like she was on the verge of breaking down. I wasn't sure if I should just hang up at that point. But then she spoke again, and it sounded even worse, like she was pleading. "Please, you have to tell me who you are. My boyfriend, he's so mad. He's threatening me because he says you sent private pictures to his phone. From your number, pictures of me and my kid." Her voice cracked, and I could almost feel the panic in her words. I froze. What? Pictures? I didn't even know what she was talking about. This was a complete mystery. I mean, I've had my share of weird phone calls before, but this was something else. I didn't say anything at first. I just tried to process what she had said. No, that couldn't be right. I didn't send any pictures to anyone. I don't even know who she was talking about. I didn't have any pictures like that, and I sure as hell wasn't involved in any sort of drama with some random woman and her kid. Listen, I finally said, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't send anything to anyone. Maybe you got the wrong number, or maybe this is some kind of mistake. She didn't sound convinced. No, it has to be you. The pictures came from your number. I know it. Please, you have to tell me who you are. I didn't know how to explain to her that I didn't have a clue what was going on. It just didn't make sense. But I wasn't about to argue with someone in that kind of emotional state. I told her I would call my phone provider and figure out if there was some mistake with my account or something. So that's what I did. I called the customer service line, and after explaining the situation, the rep seemed just as confused as I was. I went over everything with them, including the fact that this woman was claiming I sent these photos to her boyfriend. I was pretty sure that the rep was just humoring me at that point, but they promised to look into it. I didn't hear from the woman again for a couple of days, so I thought maybe that was the end of it. Maybe she'd made a mistake, or maybe it was all some kind of weird glitch. But then, it happened again. This time, it wasn't her. It was the boyfriend. The phone rang, and when I answered, his voice was almost immediate, full of rage. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted. I could hear the anger in his voice, the way it crackled with fury. "You think you can send my girlfriend pictures like that and get away with it? What the hell's wrong with you?" I was taken aback. I wasn't sure what to say at first. I had been expecting some kind of angry response, but this was different. The guy was off the rails. "Look," I started, trying to stay calm. "I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't send anything to anyone. I don't know who you are, and I definitely don't know your girlfriend." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. He was breathing hard, like he was pacing or maybe clenching his fists. The tension was palpable, like he was on the edge of doing something. "You're lying," he finally spat. "I'm not stupid. I know what's going on. She showed me the messages. They came from your number. You think you're going to get away with this? I'm going to make sure you pay for it." I wasn't sure how to respond to that. I didn't know this guy. I didn't know his girlfriend, and I definitely didn't send any pictures. This whole thing was beyond weird. I didn't even know what kind of pictures he was talking about. "I've contacted my phone provider," I told him. "They don't know anything about this either. There's no way these pictures came from my number. I don't even know how this could happen." His voice softened for a second, but the anger was still there, simmering underneath. "I don't care what you say. You better hope I never find out who you are. I'm telling you, I'll make your life a living hell." And with that, he hung up. I sat there in complete disbelief, staring at the screen of my phone. What just happened? This couldn't be real, could it? How in the hell could something like this even happen? How could a random phone number be linked to something like this? I didn't hear from either of them again after that. For a while, I didn't think much of it, but the whole thing stuck with me. Every time my phone rang from an unknown number after that, I felt a little uneasy, like the whole thing was just waiting to come back and bite me. I couldn't shake the feeling that one day, I'd open the door and see that guy standing there, demanding answers. Maybe he'd tracked me down. Maybe he'd come for me. Months went by, and eventually, I tried to put it out of my mind. But every now and then, I'd get an odd sense of unease. Was he still out there? Did they figure it out? Did they make up, or did he go too far? I'll never know, but it was enough to keep me up some nights, wondering if maybe the whole thing was some strange tech glitch or a scam attempt. To this day, I still don't know what happened. How was it even possible for someone to send a picture from my number when I didn't do it? What kind of mistake would lead to something like that? And why did it have to be my number? I guess I'll never know the full story. Maybe it was just a scam, or maybe something went wrong in the system. But either way, I've never forgotten it, and I doubt I ever will. I used to have nightmares, chronic ones, that came and went without warning. Some nights, they'd be vivid, so vivid that I would wake up in a cold sweat, not even sure where I was. I'd feel a weight on my chest, my breathing shallow, and it took me ages to get back to sleep. Most nights, I'd try to go to bed early, hoping to avoid the terrible vividness of them, but it didn't always work. I was about to turn 17, still a teenager, and the dark had always been a weird thing for me. It wasn't that I was scared of it, but I didn't enjoy how it always seemed to twist the familiar into something eerie, something that felt off. This particular night stands out in my memory like it happened yesterday. I don't know why it felt different, but it did. It all started as usual. I was lying in bed, tossing and turning, waiting for sleep to pull me under. The night outside my window was thick with darkness. The kind of darkness where you can't see anything, not even the trees swaying in the wind or the streetlights that should have been glowing faintly outside. I didn't mind it though. I liked the quiet. The only sound was the soft hum of my fan running in the corner, the white noise that kept my mind from wandering too much. But as always, the more I tried to drift off, the harder it became. My mind kept racing. I don't remember when exactly, but at some point, I opened my eyes, feeling the weight of the darkness press in. It was probably around 2 a.m. I knew it was still dark because I could see the faint outline of the window across the room. The streetlights should have been on, but the world outside seemed as if it was wrapped in a blanket of thick, inky blackness. I glanced at the clock, just to have some idea of how late it was. I could barely make out the time, 1:57 a.m. I closed my eyes again, forcing myself to relax. Sleep would come eventually. It always did, even if it took a while. But then came that feeling. It started slow. It was like a presence, something or someone in the room with me. You know that sensation when you're in a room and you're sure someone's watching you? That's what it felt like. It didn't make sense though. My younger sister was the only person who checked on me at night. She was the type to sneak in when she couldn't sleep, peek into my room, make sure I was okay, and sometimes even sit at the edge of my bed for a few moments before tiptoeing out again. It wasn't unusual for me to feel like someone was standing over me, but this time it felt different. There was something about it that made me freeze, made my blood run a little colder. I opened my eyes slowly, cautiously, and turned my head to look toward the foot of the bed. I didn't know what I expected to see, but the hallway light should have been on. That light was always on when my sister checked on me. But now, there was no glow from the hallway, just a void of darkness. I thought I had just missed her. Maybe she hadn't come to check on me yet. So I tried to shake off the unsettling feeling and closed my eyes again. But the air in the room felt heavier, and that feeling of being watched, lingered. A few minutes passed, or maybe it was longer, I couldn't tell. I just couldn't shake the sense that something had shifted in the room. I felt like I wasn't alone anymore. It was like someone had walked in, but I couldn't hear footsteps. Nothing. Just the sense of presence, as though something was standing right next to me. It was an awful feeling. My heart started to race in my chest, and for some reason, I couldn't move. I just lay there, barely breathing, hoping whatever it was would go away. And then I felt it. The air shifted again, and I could hear something, faint but there, something like the softest footfall on the carpet. My body tensed. I wasn't imagining it. I was sure of it now. Someone, or something, was in my room. I could almost feel their presence behind me. I wanted to turn around, but I couldn't. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My body refused to obey. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, a cold shiver running down my spine. It was a sensation I had never quite experienced before, one that made my stomach twist in knots. This wasn't my sister. I knew it wasn't. It wasn't anything familiar. Then, without warning, I felt something hover beside me. It felt like someone was right there, right at the edge of my bed. My mind screamed at me to look, to see what was going on, but I couldn't. I didn't want to. I don't know how long I stayed like that, my heart pounding in my chest. It felt like forever, and in the back of my mind, I was trying to remind myself that I was just imagining it, but the terror gnawed at me. I couldn't shake it. The silence was crushing. And then, without a word, the figure moved. It bent down, close enough that I could almost feel the breath on my face. My body felt frozen, trapped in this awful limbo. I don't know how I stayed still, how I didn't scream, but somehow I didn't. I stayed silent, my eyes squeezed shut, and my limbs stiff as if I had turned to stone. I could feel it though, the coldness that radiated from this thing. It wasn't just a chill. It was a deep, unnatural coldness that seemed to sink into my very bones. And then it did something that made my heart skip a beat. The figure, whatever it was, tucked me in. The cold fingers brushed over my arms, as if they were straightening the covers. The sensation sent a shock of fear straight through me. It was so wrong, so deeply unnatural that my mind couldn't comprehend it. I wanted to pull away, to scream, but I stayed frozen. I stayed so still that it hurt. The figure straightened up, and for a moment, I thought I might die from the sheer terror. I could feel it leave, but I couldn't move. I couldn't even open my eyes to see if it had truly gone. I stayed like that, staring into the blackness, trying to convince myself that it was all just some twisted dream, some horrible nightmare. Finally, the feeling of being watched subsided, and I must have eventually drifted into some kind of restless sleep, but I was still tense. My body ached from lying so still, and my mind was a whirlpool of confusion. The next thing I knew, I heard my sister's voice, soft and urgent. "Hey, wake up. Are you okay?" I blinked a few times, disoriented, as my surroundings began to come into focus. I was in my bed, safe in my room, or at least I thought I was. I looked at my sister, standing there at the foot of my bed, concern on her face. "You were screaming," she said, her voice still laced with that concern. I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. I had screamed, but I hadn't screamed. Not in my dream. I hadn't made a sound. I just lay there, paralyzed, trying to survive that awful encounter. But my sister said I had been yelling, calling out in my sleep, and when she tried to wake me up, I kept shaking my head as if I wasn't even aware of what was happening. The fear still gripped me, but it was now replaced by confusion. How could I have screamed? I hadn't made a sound. But the terror I felt, the coldness of that figure, the unnatural presence, it felt so real. I could still feel it in my bones. I could still feel the weight of that cold, faceless figure standing over me. "Are you sure you're okay?" she asked again, her voice soft but insistent. I nodded, not really sure if I was or not. I felt like I was still trapped in that moment, like I was caught between reality and some twisted nightmare I couldn't escape. In the days that followed, I kept replaying that night in my mind, trying to make sense of it. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I might never fully understand what happened. All I knew was that the darkness wasn't just a place of quiet. It was a place where something could slip through the cracks of my reality, something I couldn't explain, something that wasn't supposed to be there. But at least I was awake now. At least I was safe. Or was I? I remember the apartment so clearly, even now, even though it's been years since we moved out. We lived in a 3-story building, and the top floor was my space, my room, a tiny hallway, and my own bathroom. My mom and I lived alone, and while it wasn't big, it felt comfortable at the time. It was just the two of us, with the occasional family visit or friend over, so there wasn't much to disrupt the quiet, except for the occasional noise of the building settling or cars going by outside. At first, it was little things. You know, the kind of things you don't pay much attention to at first. My mom would ask me about things that were missing, like documents or pens. She'd say, "Did you take it? I left it right here." And sometimes, I'd find them in strange places, like a pen hidden underneath the couch or papers shuffled into a drawer I didn't remember opening. It was easy to shrug it off. We both assumed I was just being forgetful or that I was disorganized, and it didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary. But then things started getting weirder. It wasn't anything huge, just more little things that piled up over time. The television would randomly turn off and on. At first, we thought maybe the remote was malfunctioning, but even after changing the batteries, it still happened. It didn't freak me out though. Nothing really did at that age. I was a teenager, 12 or 13 years old, and I figured it was just something strange happening that didn't need to be explained. Then, when I turned 13, my depression started to get worse. It felt like I was slipping further away from everything I once enjoyed. I became more withdrawn, more detached. I stopped caring about friends, school, or anything. I just wanted to be alone in my room. That's when things really started changing in the apartment. I woke up one night, around 3 a.m., with that familiar weight in my chest. I was upset, crying for no real reason that I could pinpoint. Puberty and lovesickness, the kind of emotional chaos that makes no sense when you're older, but feels like the end of the world when you're that age. I was lying there in the dark, crying quietly, when I felt it. At first, it was like a light touch on my cheek, soft, almost maternal, like someone was trying to calm me down. It wasn't startling or scary at all. In fact, it felt comforting, like when someone strokes your hair when you're upset. For a moment, I thought it was just my mom coming in to check on me. I fell back asleep so quickly, as though that touch had somehow soothed the rawness of my emotions. But that feeling didn't stop there. A few days later, a friend came over to visit, and we were hanging out in the hallway, just talking and laughing, when we both froze. We heard it, footsteps. Not just normal footsteps, but heavy, almost hurried steps, running up and down the stairs outside. My friend turned pale, and I could feel my heart racing. We just stood there, not saying anything, not sure whether to laugh it off or be scared. But it was too real, too present. We both heard it, and neither of us could explain it. I remember feeling so confused, wondering if maybe it was just someone from the building, or maybe a kid running around. That same feeling of being watched kept happening too, more often than not. I started to feel like there was someone in the room with me, even when I was alone. It was unsettling, but after a while, it became part of my daily life. I'd walk around the apartment, go into the bathroom, or sit on my bed, and there was always this nagging sense that someone else was there. And my mom would say the same things. She'd notice things out of the corner of her eye, like shadows moving quickly, or objects shifting slightly, as though someone had just touched them. She said it was probably just her eyes playing tricks on her, and I agreed, even though deep down, I felt like it was something more. But it wasn't until I was 14 or 15 that things really started getting out of hand. That's when my depression became a serious problem. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I barely left my room except to go to school. I started hurting myself, cutting and trying to end everything. I felt lost, like I was trapped in a place I couldn't escape. During this time, my mom saw something that still haunts me. She told me that one night, she saw a thick, white fog creeping up the stairs, slowly making its way to my floor. I didn't know what to think. I was scared, but at the same time, I didn't know if I believed her. I didn't know if she was just seeing things because of the stress we were both under, or if there really was something strange happening. But I couldn't ignore it completely, especially not after everything that had happened. One night, everything escalated. I was lying in bed, trying to sleep but unable to. I wasn't tired at all, and the anxiety was just too much. The moment I heard it, I froze. It was breathing. Slow, deep, heavy breaths coming from my couch, the one that was right across from my bed. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but the longer I lay there, the more real it became. The sound was unmistakable, like someone was sitting there, just breathing. But it wasn't normal breathing. It was something wrong. It felt thick, almost like it wasn't coming from a human. It was a sound that made my heart beat faster, like something was right in front of me, watching, waiting. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, but it didn't stop. It didn't fade. It stayed steady and constant, and I couldn't move. I stayed awake for hours, just listening, terrified that something would happen. When I finally worked up the courage to get out of bed and leave the room, the breathing grew louder as I passed the couch. The moment I stepped into the hallway, it grew even louder, and I bolted out of the room. My mom heard it too, and she didn't even question me when I asked to sleep in her room that night. The next day, she checked the couch, but there was no one there. She didn't hear anything anymore. But I did. I heard it again, not just at night, but during the day as well. It was always the same, slow, deep, and ominous. That's when I really started to believe there was something in that apartment. But it wasn't a ghost or a spirit. It was something more, something that had been created by my own mind. My depression had brought it to life, manifesting itself in a way I couldn't understand. It was my depression that made the apartment feel like it was haunted, not some external force. It was a reflection of what was happening inside of me. I also started seeing flashes of light, no matter what time of day it was. They were never right in front of my eyes, but would appear outside the windows, bright, blinding flashes that would make me squint and look away. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe reflections from passing cars or streetlights. But no matter how I tried to explain it, the flashes never stopped. They were always there, flickering like a warning sign. Eventually, I started getting better. I sought help, started therapy, and the depression began to lift. It didn't happen overnight, but with time, I felt more in control of myself and my life. As I began to heal, the strange occurrences in the apartment slowly stopped. The feeling of being watched faded. The flashes of light stopped appearing outside my windows. Even the breathing, the constant, heavy breathing, disappeared. The apartment no longer felt like a place of dread, but a place where I had once battled my inner demons. When we moved out, I left the memories behind, but I never forgot them. And even now, I'm convinced that what happened in that apartment wasn't some supernatural force. It was me. It was my mind, my depression, that created it. The spirit I felt wasn't an outside presence. It was the manifestation of my struggle, a way for my depression to take shape in the world around me. It wasn't a ghost, but it felt just as real. Now, at 25, I can look back and understand that what I felt wasn't a haunting. It was my mind trying to cope with the weight I couldn't bear. The apartment was just the backdrop to the darkness I was living through. And once I started to heal, the spirit disappeared. It didn't vanish because I fought it off, but because I had started to fight the real problem, my depression. I'm no longer haunted by it, not in the same way. The flashes, the breathing, the feeling of being watched, they're all gone now. What remains is the understanding that those things were never real in the way I thought. It was just my mind reflecting everything I was feeling at the time. Now that I'm better, I haven't felt that presence again. And I know now that I wasn't alone, not really. My mom was there, and she felt it too, even if she didn't fully understand what was going on. But now we can both look back and see that we survived it. That apartment, with all its strange happenings, is nothing more than a memory, a symbol of a time when my mind was my biggest enemy. It's a strange thing, how we create our own fears, but also how we can overcome them. That apartment wasn't haunted by something from the outside. It was haunted by me, by everything I was going through. And I'm glad to say that the spirit of depression I once felt isn't a part of my life anymore. I can see it as clearly now as I did when it happened, even though it's been so many years. I was about 10 years old, having a sleepover at my friend Amy's house. It was summer, and the mornings were already bright and warm by the time we woke up. But the events that happened that night are burned into my memory, clear as day. Amy's house was pretty typical of the suburban neighborhood we lived in. Nothing too fancy, but always felt cozy. Her parents were nice, and she had this big, spacious living room where we usually hung out. The layout of the house was simple, but that night, it would be anything but. I remember the mattress on the floor, where I was sleeping. I was positioned so that when I sat up, I could see straight down the hall into the living room. To the left was Amy's mom's bedroom, and to the right, the bathroom. We had a great time earlier in the night, just giggling and talking like you do when you're kids. Amy was always a little jumpy, though. Every little noise would make her nervous, even when it didn't seem like a big deal. We had gone to bed around midnight, and that's when the first thing that made me uneasy happened. It was late at night, and we were trying to sleep, when suddenly the neighbor's dogs started barking, loudly. I'd heard dogs bark before, but something about it felt off. Amy was already a bit scared of the dark, and when those dogs started howling and barking nonstop, I could tell she wasn't going to sleep easily. I could hear her breathing, restless and anxious, and I could feel her tense up on the mattress next to me. I was tired, though, and kind of annoyed. I turned over and said, "It's just dogs, Amy. Go back to sleep." She didn't answer right away, but I could feel her shift closer to me, the warmth of her body pressing into mine. I heard her whisper, "I don't like it, I'm scared." I didn't think much of it. Amy had always been like this. Every little sound made her anxious. So, I just sighed and said, "Amy, it's just dogs. You'll be fine." But she didn't listen. I could hear her rustling, and then I felt her move away from the mattress and heard her footsteps as she shuffled toward the bedroom. "I'm just going to sleep with my mom," she whispered, and I could hear the fear in her voice. I was too tired to care at that point. I heard her door creak open and then click shut. I rolled over and tried to go back to sleep, but the barking of those dogs continued, and I couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. I didn't know what it was, but something about that night felt different. But as kids do, I pushed it out of my mind and drifted off. When I woke up again, it was still early. The sunlight was already pouring through the curtains, and the house was lit up with that warm, soft summer glow. I could hear the birds outside, chirping in the trees. Everything seemed calm. But as I slowly opened my eyes, I noticed something that made my heart skip. Across the room, through the hallway, I could see the living room. And there, sitting on the couch, was Amy's Aunt Sandra. Now, I had met Sandra a few times before. She was in the Air Force, and she'd come to visit when she had leave. I always thought she was kind of intimidating, tall, sharp-looking, with short, dark hair that made her look like she was always on high alert. That's how I knew it was her, even in the dim morning light. She was just sitting there, on the couch, staring at me. At first, I wasn't sure if I was dreaming. I blinked a couple of times, thinking maybe I was just groggy from sleep, but there she was. Her posture was straight, her face hard to read, but she was definitely looking right at me. Her eyes weren't wide with surprise, but they were fixed on me, like she knew I was awake. I didn't move. I just stared back at her, unsure of what to do. She didn't blink or move, just stayed still watching me. It felt so strange, like something was off. I tried to look away, but it was like I couldn't tear my eyes away from hers. It was an uncomfortable, heavy feeling. There was no sound except for the distant hum of the fan in the corner and the dogs outside, still barking in the background. Then, after what felt like forever, she looked away, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. She turned her head and looked out the window, her back slightly to me now. I blinked a few times, trying to process what was going on, but I didn't say anything. I didn't even move, just stayed frozen on the mattress, still staring at her. It was almost 5:15 a.m. I don't know how long I stayed awake watching her. Eventually, my eyelids grew heavy again, and I drifted back to sleep, but the strange feeling lingered. When I woke up again, the sun was higher in the sky. I looked at the clock on the wall and saw it was a more reasonable hour, around 9 a.m. I stretched, feeling the sleepiness finally leave my body, and I got up to go find Amy. I wandered down the hallway and into the kitchen, where Amy's mom was making breakfast. I hadn't seen Sandra, so I asked, "Hey, where's Aunt Sandra?" Amy's mom paused for a second, her hands still stirring something in the pot. She turned to look at me with a puzzled expression. "Sandra? Sandra's not here, sweetheart. She's in city, visiting a friend." I stopped dead in my tracks. My heart started to race. I must have looked confused because Amy's mom raised an eyebrow and added, "She won't be back for a few days." For a moment, I just stood there, processing what she said. Then the pieces clicked together in my mind. I hadn't imagined it. I hadn't been dreaming. The woman I saw sitting on that couch, staring at me in the early morning light, wasn't Sandra. It wasn't anyone I recognized, not anyone I could place. But it was definitely a woman. She was sitting there in the same spot where Sandra would have been, but she was completely wrong for the situation. My mind spun with the possibilities, trying to figure out what it all meant. Who had been in that living room? How did they get there without me noticing? I didn't say anything else to Amy's mom. I was too rattled, too confused. The whole situation felt off, and I couldn't make sense of it. As the day went on, I tried to put it out of my head, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Amy's mom didn't mention it again, and I didn't bring it up to Amy either. I didn't know how to explain what I had seen. After all, who would believe that I'd seen someone who wasn't supposed to be there? But the memory stuck with me, lingering in the back of my mind for years. It's been nearly 30 years since that sleepover, and I still remember that moment vividly. I don't know who the woman was, or what she was doing in Amy's living room that morning. Maybe she was a friend of Amy's mom, or maybe she was just a random person passing through. But I know what I saw. I remember that woman sitting there, staring at me, as clear as anything. And to this day, I'm convinced it wasn't a dream. The odd thing is, every time I think back on that night, I'm left with more questions than answers. Who was that woman? What was she doing there? And why did I see her when she wasn't supposed to be there? Maybe I'll never know the answer, but I can't shake the feeling that something was off. I just don't know what. It was a crisp, clear morning, one of those perfect early spring days where the sun shines, but there's still a chill in the air. The kind where you know it's going to get warmer later, but for now, you pull your hoodie tight and feel the coolness on your skin. I had just woken up and felt the weight of the night slipping off me. My routine was the same, and I wasn't expecting anything out of the ordinary. I just needed to take out the garbage. It was 6:30 a.m. when I stepped outside, the fresh morning light already brightening the world. I could see the dew on the grass, the faint shimmer of early sunlight filtering through the trees in my yard. Everything looked the same as it always did. I've lived in this neighborhood for years, in this same house for a long time, so I wasn't expecting anything strange. I grabbed the bag of trash from the kitchen, the plastic feeling slippery in my hand, and walked out the back door. As soon as I stepped outside, I noticed something weird. Not immediately, but it hit me all at once. There was no sound. None. It wasn't just quiet in the way mornings can be. It was an absence of noise that felt wrong. There wasn't the usual rustling of leaves in the trees, no hum of distant cars on the highway a few miles over, and definitely no chirping of birds. The insects weren't buzzing, not even a dog barking somewhere in the distance. It was as if the world had just stopped. I paused for a second, thinking maybe I was still groggy from sleep, or maybe the noise I was used to hearing just wasn't reaching me for some reason. But even then, it felt off. My footsteps on the concrete driveway were louder than usual, like I was hearing the sound of my own feet too sharply, too clearly. The rattle of the garbage can lid when I lifted it felt muted, like I was hearing it from underwater. Everything I did, the noise I made, felt oddly softer, like someone had turned the volume down on everything, including myself. I stopped and listened hard, trying to hear something, anything, but there was nothing. I looked around the yard, trying to find some sign that this wasn't just me losing it. There were no birds perched on the fence, no movement from the trees. It was like I had stepped into a vacuum. The world outside was a muted, lifeless scene. At first, I thought I was just hearing things. Maybe I was overtired, or my hearing was starting to go. I had no real reason to think something was wrong at that point. So, I decided to go back inside for a moment. Maybe it would help clear my head, and if I was just imagining things, stepping back inside might reset whatever was going on in my brain. I went back in, set the garbage bag down, and stood in my kitchen for a moment. I tapped my finger on the counter, knocked a cup off the table to hear the sound of it hitting the floor. The noises in the house were normal, sharp and clear. I went back outside a minute later, hoping the strange quietness would have passed, but it hadn't. It was still completely silent. My breath, my footsteps, even the sound of the garbage bag as I shuffled it into the bin. It was all quieter than it should have been. I don't know why, but it felt like something in my body was attuned to the silence in a way that wasn't normal. It wasn't just eerie. It was unsettling in a way that made my stomach tighten. There's a feeling that comes over you when something's off, when you sense that the world around you isn't how it should be, and you can't quite put your finger on why. That's how I felt. Like a switch had been flipped, but I was the only one who could feel it. I stood there for a while, the garbage cans in front of me, still strangely muted. The light was bright, the air was crisp, and yet the silence was suffocating. I even glanced up at the sky, half expecting to see something, maybe clouds, maybe birds circling, but no. Everything looked normal, too normal, like a photograph, the kind where you're not sure if it's real or staged. I started to think maybe something was wrong with my ears. Maybe it was some kind of condition, or maybe I was just exhausted. I shook my head and decided to push through it. I had things to do. The garbage needed to be put away, the trash cans needed to be organized. So I kept going, trying to focus on the simple task at hand, even though every minute felt like it stretched on longer than it should have. It's hard to explain the kind of dread that builds up when there's no sound. When there's no wind, no chirping of birds, no distant hum of traffic. It felt like the air itself was pressing in, and for a moment, I had the thought that maybe I wasn't supposed to be outside. But that was just me being paranoid, right? I tried to get on with the task, pushing the cans into place, trying to ignore the creeping feeling that I was being watched. It's ridiculous, I know, but that's how it felt, like something in the quiet was waiting. I tried to shake it off, taking a deep breath, but the sound of my own exhale seemed off too. It was too muffled. Then, without warning, it was like the world exploded back to life. It started with a faint breeze that stirred the leaves on the trees. At first, it was subtle, barely noticeable. Then the wind picked up, stronger than I thought it would be for a morning like this. The rustling of the leaves turned into a more familiar sound, the kind I was used to hearing every morning. Birds started to call out again, distant at first, but louder as the seconds passed. I could hear the hum of traffic far away, the subtle buzz of insects beginning to creep back into the air, and the faint squeal of a distant car door opening. It wasn't just a return to normal. It was almost as if the sound had been on pause, and now it was playing again, louder than it should have been, like someone had cranked the volume up to full blast. Birds chirped, cars hummed, the wind rushed through the trees. I stood there, almost in shock, as the quiet that had enveloped me only moments before was replaced by an overwhelming flood of sound. It was like the world had been holding its breath, waiting, and now it was exhaling all at once. I looked around, disoriented. My heart was beating faster, my pulse thumping in my ears. I had no explanation for what had just happened. Everything was back to normal, but the feeling of the silence was still lingering in my mind, like the taste of something metallic on the tip of my tongue. I finished up with the garbage, mechanically going through the motions. The entire time, I couldn't shake the thought that something had shifted, even if I didn't understand what. The eerie silence had been so absolute that it felt like it had broken some kind of boundary, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just barely crossed a line into something. Not quite right. I went back inside and closed the door behind me, locking it like I always did. My heart was still racing, and I couldn't get rid of the feeling of unease. The rest of the day went on like any other, but there was this nagging, strange feeling that I couldn't escape. As the hours passed, I kept wondering if I had imagined the whole thing, if it was just a strange quirk of my mind. But no, it hadn't been a dream. I had stood outside in that weird, oppressive silence, and it had been real. The world had stopped for just a few minutes, and then it had come crashing back to life, louder than ever. Something about that brief moment in time felt off, like it was a warning of some kind, though I couldn't say what it was warning me about. That day, I kept myself busy. I didn't want to think too much about it, but the memory of the silence clung to me. I found myself looking over my shoulder every now and then, as if expecting to hear that silence again, and each time, I had to remind myself that it was over. Whatever had happened, it was in the past. But the feeling of that strange stillness, the way it pressed in on me, stayed with me for a long time after. The air felt heavy that winter, thick with a chill that settled in every crack of the old house. I remember that night, the night of my uncle's wake, like it was yesterday, though it's been years now. We had gathered at the house deep in the countryside, a place so isolated that the wind seemed to carry every sound, every footstep, every breath, as if the world itself was listening. My uncle had died violently, dragged behind a car, his body thrown into a ditch. The whole town knew what kind of man he had been, a degenerate, a predator, someone everyone was better off without. But no matter what he had done in life, he was still family. And that was why we were all here. The funeral home had arranged for the wake to take place in our family home, in the cold, uninviting house that no one ever really liked, but we all called home. It wasn't much, just a 2-story building, half of it filled with dust and old furniture. My mother and aunt had decided to stay downstairs, huddled together in the dim light of the living room, talking in whispers. But it was upstairs that I found myself, not too far from the room where my uncle's clothes were laid out, the ones he'd worn when he met his end. According to my uncle's wishes, or rather his warning, no one should have looked at those clothes. He had told my mother, his sister, and his wife not to. He had warned them, but curiosity, as it often does, got the better of them. I wasn't supposed to be part of this. Being a kid, I wasn't allowed to go into the room where the clothes were. But I followed them anyway, out of sheer curiosity. They didn't tell me much, just that I had to stay outside the room while they went in to look. I could hear them talking in low tones, trying to figure out why he would have been so adamant about it. They stood there at the door, fumbling with the key as if something was holding them back. As I stood at the threshold, I heard the unmistakable sound of glass shattering from above. My heart skipped a beat. The sound was so sudden, so sharp, that I knew something was wrong. My mother and aunt froze for a moment, then bolted upstairs without a second thought. I followed them, my feet heavy on the creaky wooden stairs, a sense of dread washing over me. I remember the way my breath seemed to freeze in my chest as we reached the top. The hallway was empty. The light from the dim bulb above barely reached the end of the hall, but there it was, shards of broken glass scattered across the floor, their sharp edges catching what little light there was. The windows were all shut, not a breeze in sight, and yet the glass had shattered into pieces. There was no sign of anyone. No one was in the house. My mother and aunt were visibly spooked, but neither of them said much. They couldn't explain it. They never could. There was something about that moment, the way everything had gone still in an instant, that made it feel like we were being watched. But what could it be? We were in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by miles of barren fields and snow-covered roads. Nothing but the cold and the wind. The wake went on. It lasted 24 hours, as is customary in our culture, and someone was always supposed to stay with the body. I wasn't the one who volunteered for that job. I was too young, too scared to do something like that. So I went to bed, and the hours ticked on. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to hear muffled voices downstairs. My uncle, the one who had taken the job of watching over the body, was talking to my mother and aunt. I heard him through the thin floorboards, his voice deep, gruff, and urgent. "I heard something," he said. I heard boots crunching in the snow. It sent a chill through my spine. I knew that my uncle wasn't the type to scare easily. He was tough, hardened by a life that had chewed him up and spit him out. But there he was, telling my mother and aunt that he had gone outside to check, shotgun in hand, and found nothing. No footprints in the snow. No sign of anyone. Just the echo of crunching boots, as if someone had been right there. He didn't sound like he was making it up. The fear in his voice was real, and it was enough to shake me to my core. My mother and aunt were silent for a long time before they finally confessed. They told him what they had done. They had gone downstairs, despite his warnings, and they had looked at the clothes. My uncle had warned them, but they didn't listen. They burned the clothes after that, started a fire, and watched as the fabric turned to ash. They said they couldn't keep them anymore, not after what had happened. It wasn't just about the clothes anymore. It was about what they had done. They had disturbed something that they shouldn't have, something that they couldn't undo. The next morning came, the last day of the wake, the day before the funeral. The house felt colder, more empty, despite the presence of all the family members and friends who had shown up. My uncle was visibly shaken. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The sound of boots crunching in the snow kept playing over and over in his mind. He said that even though he had checked, even though there was no one out there, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been watching them. It wasn't just the boots. It was the way the air had felt that night, heavy, suffocating. That afternoon, a family friend who had been at the wake decided to leave. She had been driving home when she passed the spot where my uncle had died, that ditch by the side of the road where the car had dragged him to his death. She said she saw something strange. She couldn't explain it, but she was sure she had seen my uncle, standing there by the road. He had turned to look at her as she drove past, and he smiled. But it wasn't a smile like a normal person would give. It was unsettling, something off about it, something that made her stomach twist in knots. She didn't say anything when she first saw him, but later, when she was telling us what happened, her voice trembled. She couldn't look anyone in the eye when she said it. She had seen him, and she was sure of it. The smile was still in her mind, a memory that wouldn't go away. That was when things started to make sense, or at least when we started to understand. My uncle had warned them. He had told them not to look at his clothes, not to disturb whatever it was that had been set in motion. But they had done it anyway, and now it seemed it was too late. That night, at 4 a.m., my uncle went outside with his shotgun again. He said he heard the boots crunching in the snow once more. This time, he wasn't taking any chances. He stood out in the cold, staring into the darkness, the barrel of his shotgun resting on his shoulder, his eyes scanning every shadow. But there was nothing. No one. Not a single sign of anyone out there in the freezing night. He came back inside, his face pale. He was done. It was over. The wake was almost over, and the funeral was the next day. The family was going to bury him. There was nothing more to do. The clothes were gone. The house was quiet. The fear, though, lingered in the corners of our minds. It stayed with us long after the wake ended, long after the funeral was over. My uncle was buried, and that was supposed to be the end of it. But I'll never forget how cold it felt, standing there in that old house, with the wind howling outside. Something had changed, something in the air. It was like the world had shifted, and nothing was the same anymore. After the funeral, no one bothered us again. There was a silence that fell over the family, a kind of uneasy peace. But I'll never forget that smile, that unsettling grin my family friend saw by the side of the road. And I'll never forget the sound of those boots crunching in the snow. The world can change in an instant, and sometimes the things we don't understand are the things that haunt us the most. So this was back when I was a kid, maybe 12. I took piano lessons at the old museum in my town. It was a very, very small town, more of a village really, and it was only about a 10-minute walk from my house. I remember the museum well. It was a squat, weathered building with peeling white paint and a sagging roof, sitting alone near the edge of the woods. Inside, the air always smelled like dust and old wood. The piano room was tucked in the back, with a creaky floor and a single window that looked out onto the trees. My teacher, Mrs. Langley, was a kind woman with silver hair and a soft voice. She always wore the same cardigan, no matter the season. That evening, my lesson ended around 8:30 p.m. It was winter, so the sun had long since set, and the cold air bit at my cheeks as I stepped outside. I zipped up my coat, pulled my wool hat down over my ears, and began the walk home. The path was familiar. I'd walked it countless times before, even in the dark. The road stretched straight ahead, flanked by dense woods on either side. At that time, there were maybe 4 streetlights along the entire stretch. Now there are about 20. The lights cast small, dim pools of yellow on the pavement, leaving long stretches of darkness between them. I wasn't afraid. The silence of the woods was comforting, and the occasional distant howl of a coyote across the harbor was a sound I'd grown used to. The snow crunched softly beneath my boots, and my breath formed small clouds in the air. As I walked, I began to hum a tune from my lesson, the notes still fresh in my mind. The melody danced in the cold air, mingling with the rustle of the trees. Then I heard it, a whistle. At first, I thought it was an echo of my own humming, distorted by the wind. But the whistle was distinct, carrying a tune I didn't recognize. It was melodic, almost cheerful, but there was something off about it, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I stopped walking and looked around. Ahead, the road stretched empty under the faint glow of the next streetlight. Behind me, the path I'd just walked was equally deserted. The woods on either side were dark and still. I listened. The whistle came again, closer this time. It seemed to be moving, but I couldn't tell from which direction. It was as if the sound was coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. I started walking again, faster this time. My boots crunched louder on the snow, and my breath came in quick puffs. The whistle continued, matching my pace, always just out of sight. I broke into a run. The trees blurred past me, and the streetlights became beacons I sprinted toward, each one a small island of safety in the darkness. The whistle persisted, weaving through the trees, always just behind me. Finally, I reached the edge of the woods and the start of the neighborhood. The familiar houses, with their warm lights and smoke curling from chimneys, brought a wave of relief. I didn't stop running until I reached my front door, burst inside, and slammed it shut behind me. I stood there, panting, my heart pounding in my chest. The house was quiet, the only sound the ticking of the clock in the hallway. I never told anyone about that night. It felt too strange, too unreal. But every time I walked that road afterward, especially in the dark, I couldn't help but remember that eerie whistle and the feeling of being watched. Years later, I read about a phenomenon called pareidolia, where the mind perceives familiar patterns where none exist. It's possible that the whistle was just the wind, or a bird, or some other natural sound distorted by the night. But deep down, I know what I heard, and I still avoid that road after dark. It was the fall of 2013, my first semester as a freshman in college. I'd never lived away from home before, and like most people at that age, I was trying to balance being nervous and excited. The school was a small Christian college, and they put me in a dorm that had apparently not been used in quite some time. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I shared the room with another girl, a nursing major I'd just met during orientation. We got along fine, had a similar sleep schedule, and for the most part, the first few weeks were quiet. It felt like any other typical start to college life. New classes, endless reading assignments, social awkwardness, trying to make new friends and figure out who I was. But our room 305, was strange from the start in small, easy-to-ignore ways. The room had previously been used as a showroom, one of those dorms they keep furnished to show off during tours. Because of that, it wasn't wired into the campus network properly. The Wi-Fi never worked right. I had to go across the hall to the laundry room if I wanted to finish my homework or email professors late at night. That meant I spent a lot of time alone at odd hours, something I got used to. It seemed like the worst of our problems at the time. The room was a bit colder than the others. The ceiling tiles looked a bit off. Some of them didn't sit flush like the rest. But I assumed it was just an old building and brushed it off. We left for Christmas break in mid-December, locking the door behind us. I packed light, assuming I'd come back to everything the way I left it. When I returned in early January, my roommate had arrived about half an hour before I did. She had dropped her suitcases inside, locked the door, and gone down the hall to catch up with some girls we were both friendly with. I got there not long after. I unlocked the door and walked in, and the room looked like someone had torn through it. At first, I thought maybe someone had broken in. Her suitcases had been flung across the floor. My desk drawers were pulled open. The bedding we'd both made up before leaving had been tossed around, and the ceiling tile directly above my bed was missing entirely. It had fallen down and was lying on top of my blanket. Other tiles were crooked or shifted like someone had been crawling through them. My first thought was that my roommate had gotten frustrated unpacking and made a mess. I called her and told her it wasn't cool to leave the room like that. But she sounded confused, and when she came back a few minutes later, she was just as shocked as I was. She insisted she'd only dropped her bags off and locked the door behind her. The RA didn't have answers either. There was no evidence of forced entry. Nothing valuable was missing. We talked to maintenance, who said the door had a new lock and the keycard reader was secure. They told us it was probably a prank, or maybe a janitor moving stuff around while cleaning over break. That explanation didn't sit right, but there wasn't much we could do. We cleaned up the room and moved on. For the first few weeks of the new semester, things seemed normal. A little weird, maybe, but nothing we could put our finger on. Then things started getting strange. At first, it was the small things. The spray air freshener on my roommate's shelf would fall off every few days, even though it had sat there untouched for months. It wasn't battery-powered anymore. She'd taken the batteries out early on to save money, but it kept ending up in different places. Once it was on the floor, another time on my bed. The shelf itself wasn't wobbly, and nothing else on it ever moved. It became a routine. We'd hear a thud in the middle of the night, and in the morning the air freshener would be somewhere new. We joked about it at first, blamed it on vibrations from the hallway door slamming or the HVAC system. But the vents weren't anywhere near that shelf, and the fridge next to our beds didn't rattle. Still, we weren't ready to admit something was wrong. We were logical people, college students. We had more important things to focus on: exams, papers, internships. Sleep deprivation made things easy to dismiss. Then came the night I woke up to a loud clatter. It was around 2 a.m. The dorm halls were quiet. There was a curfew, and everyone was in their rooms. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and turned on the lamp on top of the fridge. My roommate sat up too, rubbing her eyes. She asked why I was throwing stuff around, but I hadn't moved. I got up and looked around. The spray air freshener was at the foot of my bed, several feet from where it had been. It had flown across the room. Nothing else had moved. There was no reason for it to fall, let alone end up that far away. This became a pattern. Every few days, something would shift. A drawer left open. A book moved. That stupid air freshener on the floor. We tried to rationalize it every time, but there was a slow build of unease. I noticed my roommate started acting differently. She looked exhausted most days. Her skin was pale, and she barely made it through her classes without yawning. She stopped hanging out with the other girls as much. I thought maybe she was just stressed from her nursing courses, but there was more to it. One night, maybe a month after the first big incident, I woke up with this deep, uncomfortable feeling, like something was watching me. I opened my eyes and scanned the room. My eyes landed on the corner near the door, the darkest part of the room. Something was there. At first, I thought it was a coat or a shadow, but it wasn't. It looked like a person, hunched down like they were getting ready to pounce, motionless but somehow tense. The way it leaned forward, rocking slightly, reminded me of someone trying to keep their balance. It was too tall to be furniture, too solid to be a trick of light. I stared at it for what felt like minutes. My mind raced. I finally called my roommate's name. No answer. I tried again. Still nothing. On the third try, she finally whispered back. I didn't know how to describe what I was seeing. I started to say, "I think there's," but didn't finish. She didn't turn around to look. She just whispered, "Do you see it?" That hit me like a punch in the gut. I had called out to her hoping she'd tell me I was imagining things, that it was just a shadow. But she already knew what I was seeing, and she wasn't even looking at it. She refused to turn around. She faced the wall and stayed perfectly still. I couldn't look at it anymore. I grabbed the lamp and turned it on. When the light filled the room, whatever it was gone. The corner looked empty again. My roommate sat up and finally turned toward me. Her face was pale. She admitted she had seen that thing almost every night since the air freshener started moving. She usually stayed up later than me, working on assignments. She said she saw it more than once, sometimes just watching us, sometimes closer. She never told me because she didn't want me to freak out. That night, we decided to do something. We set up my laptop with the webcam facing the shelf. I turned on a small lamp near the desk, just enough light to make the room visible in the recording. We got into bed and tried to sleep. Nothing happened. The air freshener stayed put. The video showed nothing out of the ordinary, but we kept trying. We left the laptop recording a few more nights. Every time, the weird thing stopped. The room was quiet. The air felt lighter somehow. like whatever was happening didn't want to be seen. One night, though, things didn't go according to plan. My roommate woke me up quietly. She said she could hear the air freshener moving on the shelf. I sat up and started messing with my phone. She went over to the desk and turned on the laptop to start recording. We both had our backs to the shelf. Then we heard it, a soft thud. We turned around at the same time. The air freshener wasn't on the floor. It was on her bed, in the center of her pillow, sitting upright, and the little LED light on it was blinking like it was working, even though it had no batteries. We stared at it for a long time. Neither of us said anything. We put it back on the shelf and went back to bed. The next morning, we checked the recording. The laptop had been moved. It had been rotated toward the wall, away from the beds. None of that was in the video. It showed us turning it on, getting into bed, and then nothing, just the back wall. My boyfriend at the time was an engineering major. I showed him the footage. He was skeptical, but agreed to come over during open house night. He brought another friend with him. They spent the evening trying to figure out how the air freshener could fall or move like that. They tried bumping the shelf, walking around heavily, opening drawers. Nothing made it move. They couldn't get it to fall off by accident. And none of their tests could explain how it ended up perfectly upright on the center of the bed, blinking. We didn't tell anyone else, but people started picking up on something. Friends who came to study in our room said it felt off. One girl left after only 10 minutes, saying it was too cold. Another said it felt like someone was watching her the whole time. We kept trying to ignore it, to pretend we were imagining things. But by the end of the semester, we were both on edge. Neither of us was sleeping well. When summer finally came, I packed my stuff as fast as I could. The air freshener came home with me. I tossed it onto a shelf in my bedroom and forgot about it. It never moved again. That fall, we decided to room together again. I thought maybe things would go back to normal, but she wasn't the same person. She barely slept. She was quieter, more withdrawn. Her skin looked dull, her eyes tired. It wasn't long before her grandmother stepped in and insisted she see a doctor. They told her it was stress-induced insomnia. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. We grew apart that semester. I tried to stay close, but she was distant. Like she didn't want to talk about what happened. Like something in her had been worn down. I couldn't relate to her anymore, and she couldn't relate to me. Eventually, we stopped talking altogether. Years later, I ran into a mutual friend still at the I've lived in this house my entire life. It was built in the early 1900s by a woman who had lost her entire family in the Titanic disaster. That piece of history was something I always knew, but rarely thought about. It was just one of those strange old stories that older relatives passed down. How this young woman, alone and grieving, came to this small town and built a house by herself, determined to start over. The house was big, especially by the standards of that time. 2 stories tall, with a steep roof, tall windows, narrow staircases, and a basement that smelled like mildew no matter how often we cleaned it. The original part of the house still held its age in every board and corner. Creaks and groans in the night were common. Floorboards shifted under pressure. Pipes clanged when the water ran. Sometimes, you'd hear a thud in the middle of the night, like something fell or was dropped, but you'd never find anything. It was old, that's all it was. It never really scared me growing up, because I had been used to it since I was a baby. My parents told me stories about how they had to replace entire walls of knob and tube wiring when I was little, and how the insulation was practically non-existent. I knew the house like the back of my hand. But there was always one thing that really got to me. In my room, which was on the 2nd floor in what used to be part of the attic space before it was renovated, there was a crawl space. Not a storage closet or a cubby. An actual crawl space, like a little wooden door that led into the dark, narrow guts of the house's original architecture. It was only about 3 feet tall and stretched back about 6 feet. It smelled musty, like dry rot and dust, and no one ever used it. From the time I was old enough to move furniture, I always kept an old chair pressed tightly against it. The door didn't latch right, and I hated the idea of it swinging open in the night. I could never fully explain why, but I always had a strong, uncomfortable feeling about it. Not because of any ghost stories or spooky tales, just because it felt wrong, like something in there didn't belong. The air around it always felt colder, even in the summer when my room would get brutally hot. Years went by. I went through school, college, and came back to live at home for a while. Life moved on. We remodeled parts of the house, added a new bathroom downstairs, remodeled the kitchen, even built a small sunroom off the back. All the newer parts of the house had a different feeling to them. Warmer, brighter, like the light actually reached the corners, unlike the original rooms where shadows felt like they belonged more than anything else. It was something I'd talk about sometimes with friends or family, but mostly in a joking way. Like, yeah, the old part of the house is haunted, but the new parts are chill. This year, something shifted. It was subtle at first. A few weeks before Easter, I started noticing things that didn't feel right. Nothing dramatic or cinematic, just little things. I'd be in the kitchen and think I saw someone pass the hallway out of the corner of my eye. Or I'd be upstairs and hear a soft sound, like a door creaking open or footsteps when no one else was home. I brushed it off at first. The house creaked and groaned like it always had. I told myself it was just me being tired or anxious or distracted. But it kept happening. One night, I was brushing my teeth and I saw something move in the mirror behind me. Just a flicker, like someone had walked past the bathroom door. I turned so fast I splashed toothpaste on the wall, but no one was there. The hallway was empty and quiet. My parents were asleep. The dog was downstairs. I checked the hole upstairs, then told myself I was just overthinking it. I've always had an active imagination, especially at night. Still, I didn't sleep well that week. I'd wake up randomly at 3 or 4 in the morning, feeling wide awake and tense, like something had woken me up, but I couldn't say what. Once or twice, I thought I heard whispering, but not the kind where you can make out words, just the feeling of soft, hushed voices like two people talking behind a wall. I'd sit up and listen, trying to tell myself it was the wind or the house settling. By the time Easter Sunday rolled around, I was on edge but keeping it to myself. My family came over, cousins, uncles, grandparents. We did the usual big lunch, talked about our lives, made jokes. At some point, I brought up the weird stuff I'd been experiencing. Everyone laughed and joked about the house being haunted, especially the older parts. I told them how everything odd always happened in the original sections, and how the new additions never seemed to have anything weird going on. One of my aunts said, "Well, maybe you disturbed something with all the renovations." I laughed it off, but the comment stuck in my head. That night, everyone went home. My parents went to bed early, and I stayed up like usual. Around midnight, I decided to go watch TV in the living room. The kitchen light was still on, so I didn't bother turning on anything else as I walked through. I was looking at my phone, barely paying attention, just making my way into the dark living room when I reached for the light switch near the archway. I looked up, and I saw her. It was only for a second, but it felt like time froze. Standing in the middle of the living room was a woman, young, maybe in her 20s or 30s. She was wearing an old-style dress, the kind you see in black and white photos. High collar, long sleeves, flowing fabric. She had a wide-brimmed hat with a ribbon around it, casting a shadow over her face. But I could still see her expression, or rather, the lack of one. She wasn't angry or sad or even curious, just blank, like a statue, frozen in time. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. It felt like my body locked up, like some instinct deep inside me had slammed the brakes. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I tried to yell, tried to step back, but I was stuck, just staring. Then, finally, my hand moved. I flicked the light switch. Gone. She was just gone. The room was empty. Silent. I didn't hesitate, I ran. Not outside. Not to my parents' room. I ran straight back to my bedroom, heart racing, legs shaking. I closed the door behind me and locked it. It felt ridiculous even as I did it, but my body was on autopilot. My mind was spinning. I sat down on the bed and grabbed my phone. My hands were trembling as I texted my friend. I started typing everything out, hoping that putting it into words would make it feel less terrifying, less real. I was only a few lines into the message when I heard something. Whispering. Not loud, not clear, but unmistakable. Like two people were standing just outside my room, talking softly. I couldn't hear words, only the soft hum of voices. I froze. Slowly, I looked up. The chair was moved. It had been right up against the crawl space door when I left earlier. I always kept it that way. But now it was 2 feet out, just slightly askew, as if someone had pulled it aside gently. The door behind it open. Not wide open, just enough that you could see into the pitch black beyond it. I stared at it, unblinking. My body was still shaking, but a different feeling began to rise up in me, frustration. I was scared, yeah, but I was also angry. I didn't want to deal with this. Not tonight. Not ever. I stood up, walked over, grabbed the door, and slammed it shut as hard as I could. The sound echoed. I shoved the chair back into place, leaning all my weight into it. Then, standing there in my t-shirt and sweatpants, breathing hard, I gave the crawl space the middle finger and said out loud, "Fuck off." After that, I didn't sleep. I sat in my bed with all the lights on, staring at the crawl space door until the sun came up. The whispers didn't return. The chair didn't move again. And I didn't see anyone standing in the living room when I walked through it the next day. Everything seemed normal. Too normal. I told my parents the next day. Not everything, just the part about seeing something weird downstairs and the crawl space door opening. My mom brushed it off. My dad said it was probably a draft. I didn't push it. I didn't need them to believe me. Over the next few weeks, the strange occurrences faded. No more sounds. No more figures. No more open crawl spaces. It was almost like the house had exhaled, like whatever tension had been building up was gone. I still kept the chair in front of the door. I still kept the lights on longer than usual at night, but I didn't feel watched anymore. I didn't wake up in the middle of the night with my heart pounding. I started to wonder if it had something to do with me acknowledging it, facing it instead of running. Maybe I'd given it what it wanted. Or maybe it had just been my brain playing tricks on me, a string of bad dreams and misperceptions. That's what most people would say, right? That it was stress, lack of sleep, maybe even some weird electromagnetic effect from the old wiring. But I know what I saw, and I know how it felt. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't stress. It was real. As real as the cold floor under my feet when I ran back to my room. As real as the creak of the chair being moved. As real as the weight of silence after the whispering stopped. I don't think it was a ghost in the classic sense. Not something out of a horror movie. It wasn't floating or glowing or wailing. It was just there, present, like something long forgotten that still remembered it was supposed to exist. Like a piece of history that hadn't quite let go. Since then, I've been more aware of the house. The sounds it makes. The way it feels when you walk through it in the dark. I still get uneasy sometimes, especially around Easter, when the air feels just a little too still. But nothing else has happened. Maybe it was a one-time thing. Maybe that woman, the one who built the house after losing her family, left behind something more than wood and nails. Maybe, for one moment, the past just pushed its way into the present. And maybe, just maybe, I pushed it back. It was 4 years ago, but the memory still lingers, sharp and unsettling. I've never been able to fully shake off what happened that night. And even now, as I lay here in bed, I can feel the faintest pulse of unease as the shadows stretch across my room. I had been up late that night, like usual, watching those horror shows that always managed to keep me awake. I wasn't even really scared of them anymore, just addicted to the rush of it all. My parents didn't know, of course, and probably wouldn't have approved if they did. But I was alone in my room, enjoying the chill that these stories left behind in the air, until my body began to feel the weight of exhaustion. I closed my eyes, trying to push the strange, eerie feelings aside. My room was quiet, the kind of stillness that felt suffocating once everything had gone silent. There wasn't a sound. No cars on the street outside, no voices, just the occasional creak of the house settling as it always did at night. It was familiar, but at the same time, it felt off, like the quiet itself was a signal that something wasn't right. But I was too tired to think much of it. I tried to drift off. The moment I closed my eyes, I felt something. It was subtle at first, just a feeling, like someone was watching me. You know that sensation when you feel someone's gaze on you from behind, even if you can't see them? That's what it was, but stronger. I tried to ignore it, thinking it was just my mind playing tricks on me after the horror stories. But the feeling grew. It was like an unseen presence, getting closer. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. Maybe I was being paranoid. But then I felt something more, something cold and oppressive. The air around me seemed to tighten, and my breath became shallow. I tried to move, but I couldn't. I tried to open my eyes, but it was like they were glued shut. That's when I started to panic. I couldn't breathe. It felt like someone was sitting on my chest, suffocating me. And no matter how hard I tried to inhale, the air wouldn't come. I could feel the presence creeping closer, And then, just as I was about to scream, I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, I could make out a small, dark shape. It wasn't clear, not like a solid form, but the silhouette of a figure, something child-sized, moving slowly towards me. I could tell it wasn't human. The shape seemed to float just above the floor, like it wasn't even touching the ground, and the closer it got, the harder it became to breathe. The panic swelled in my chest, and my heart began to race, but still I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even blink. As the shadow came closer, I felt my entire body freeze. It was like my muscles had locked up, like they didn't belong to me anymore. The figure hovered near my side of the bed, just inches away, but it didn't touch me. It didn't need to. The weight of its presence was enough to make my body tremble. I wanted to scream, to shout for help, but nothing came out. No sound, no movement. I was trapped. The shadow didn't say anything. It didn't need to. It was just there, close enough now that I could feel its chilling presence wrap around me, seeping into my skin. I tried to scream again, my throat burning, my body fighting against the invisible force that held me in place. And then, as if I had finally broken through whatever grip held me, I let out a scream, loud and desperate, filled with everything I couldn't say. I woke up in an instant, gasping for air like I had just surfaced from underwater. My body was drenched in sweat, my sheets twisted around me. My heart pounded in my chest, and my breathing was ragged, like I had just run a marathon. For a moment, I wasn't sure where I was. I blinked in the dark, disoriented, still feeling the weight of the panic that had gripped me. My mom rushed into the room, looking wide-eyed and worried. I could tell she had heard me screaming. She sat on the edge of my bed, her hand gently resting on my shoulder. "Are you okay?" she asked softly, her voice filled with concern. I didn't know how to respond. My mind was still racing, still trying to piece together what had just happened. "It was a bad dream," I said, the words feeling hollow in my mouth. I wasn't sure what had been real anymore, whether it had been the dream or something else. She nodded, though I could tell she didn't believe me. She handed me a glass of water, and I drank it, the cool liquid doing nothing to calm the burning panic inside me. She tucked me back in, brushing a strand of hair from my face. "Go back to sleep. It was just a bad dream." But I couldn't. The darkness seemed thicker now, heavier, and I could feel it pressing against my chest, suffocating me once more. But I tried to ignore it. I closed my eyes, tried to push the thought of the shadow out of my mind. It took a while, but eventually I drifted back to sleep, though the unease lingered, like a fog I couldn't clear. The second time was worse. It wasn't long after I had fallen back asleep that the same sensation crept up on me again. At first, it was faint, like a distant whisper of unease, but it didn't take long for it to build up again, the pressure rising as the dark figure drew closer, just as it had before. The air grew heavy, cold, and my body froze once more. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My heart hammered in my chest as the shadow drew nearer, this time right up against the bed, its dark outline becoming clearer, more solid. I could hear a faint sound, almost like breathing, but it wasn't my own. I tried to scream again, but no sound came. It was like my voice had been stolen, my body paralyzed by fear. The shadow loomed over me, and I could feel the pressure building, my chest tightening, my throat constricting, as if it was choking me from the inside out. And then, just as before, I managed to break free. I screamed, loud and sharp, and I woke up again, gasping for air, drenched in sweat, my body trembling violently. I looked around, frantic, but there was nothing. The room was empty. The darkness was just the same as it had been before. But my heart still raced, and my skin still crawled with the remnants of whatever had happened. This time, my mom didn't wait for me to call out. She was already in the room, sitting next to me, her face pale with worry. I could see the fear in her eyes, the same fear I felt in my own chest. "You were screaming again," she said quietly. I didn't know what to say. How could I explain that the nightmare wasn't just a dream? How could I tell her that it had felt real, that I hadn't imagined it? But I didn't say anything. I just nodded, and she stayed with me, her presence the only thing grounding me to reality. The next few days were a blur. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the sensation that something was just behind me, always lurking, just out of sight. I couldn't sleep properly, the fear gnawing at the edges of my mind. I started researching online, trying to find some explanation for what had happened. But the more I looked, the more confused I became. Some people talked about sleep paralysis, others about bad dreams, but nothing seemed to explain it. It wasn't until I read a forum post that I began to understand. People had described similar experiences, feeling paralyzed, feeling the weight of something unseen pressing down on them, hearing breathing that wasn't their own. The more I read, the more I realized that maybe it wasn't just a dream, that maybe this wasn't something I could easily explain away. I stopped watching the horror shows at night, just as my parents had insisted, thinking it might help. But even now, years later, I still don't know if it was a product of my mind, a bad dream that bled over into reality, or something else entirely. I still don't have an answer. What I do know is that the fear never really left. Even now, when the room goes quiet at night, when the darkness presses in close, I can still feel it, the unease, the weight of that shadow, always just out of sight. And every now and then, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I can still feel my heart pounding in my chest, wondering if it's real, if it's coming back. But I try not to think about it. I try to move on, because what else can you do when you don't know whether it was just a nightmare or something more?